information. And the space...
Jane Wottrell is down there at the scene of more of the devastation there. Osceola County, one of the hardest hit in Central Florida.
And she joins us now with a survivor, Jane. That's good news.
It is good news, and the stories are absolutely amazing that are coming out of the Ponderosa RV Park here in Kissimmee. Joining me is Tim Caldwell, who has a fascinating story to tell. Tim was just down here on his way to Miami Beach. He came in here last night in his pickup truck just to spend the night. You just chose this randomly out of all the RV parks in Central Florida. Tell me your story.
I was coming down the pike and I saw the billboard that said, pull into Ponderosa, and I did about 2 hours before the tornado hit. And just 10 seconds, it had to be at least 30 of these huge RVs and just flipped them on top of one another. I, unbelievably, in a tiny little Nissan pickup, escaped without a scratch, and my car just got a little scratch, but people on both sides of me were devastated. And I saw people that were killed, and it was just beyond belief. I cannot even say what I saw.
So you were in a small pickup truck. Were you sleeping when all of a sudden what happened?
No, I wasn't sleeping. All night long it was raining and getting harder and harder, but I was listening to the reports on the radio about tornadoes in this area, so I stayed apprised of the radio, and then I heard it coming. And in about 10 seconds, it went from just torrential downpour to you knew a tornado was close. It lifted my car up a little bit. I looked out the window, and I saw a huge 40-foot RV just move, and like you never saw anything like that move before. And I figured that was it, and I was dead. And I was ready for something to just crush me, or something go through the side of my truck, but nothing did. And I found out later that a guy next to me, 10 feet away, had his pickup tossed completely over my car without touching it. So I emerged completely unscathed.
You said that as you walked around the park, just trying to digest what happened to you early this morning, you would run up to a survival. People were just walking up to each other, sort of like walking wounded, almost not believing that this happened.
We were all going, what do we do? What do we do? All we had was flashlights, and there was nothing but confusion. That's all there was. People were lying in the rain and the mud, and they were hurt. A lot of people had been killed, and we just didn't know what to do. I thought I had the proper I thought I had CPR training, but to bring it to bear in a situation like that is it's very hard. You would think that you would do the right thing in a situation like that, but you find out that you're just devastated, and you just fail to act, and that's what I did. It was horrible.
Lots of emergency people, though, did respond, and people were hauled out. You're just sort of, well, I know that your pickup is there. Obviously, you can't go anywhere, but you feel compelled to stay around this area. We were talking about that. Well,
no, in actuality, I want to leave here as soon as possible in case another tornado comes back. I plan on going back to Baltimore as soon as possible. I mean, I don't mean to joke about it. This is very serious. Okay. But yeah, I am going to pull out as soon as I can. And I'm held in here right now because I want to make sure nobody else is underneath the wreckage. And but like I said, I'm just unscathed, and I'll just be able to motor away.
It's a real reminder of the adage, when your number is up, it's up, and how lucky some people are. I mean, having a truck fly over him and having his truck totally unscathed, he hunkered down and just was sure that was his end, and it turned out not to be. Lucky man.
Speaking of flying, here we are again from our Sky Witness helicopter. These pictures just into us from Winter Garden. There's a man, a couple of people, several people, standing in the middle of what used to be a house. It looks like it's been turned completely upside down.
Or at least completely caved in.
Yeah, upside down or inside out, who knows which. And more of the devastation in the Winter Garden area. A huge tornado blew through there and left a literal path of destruction through a number of different communities there. An apartment complex, I believe Hyde Park was one of the areas that was hard hit.
Countryside apartments.
We understand well, we'll get into fatalities and casualties a little bit later. Right now we want to get back down on the ground in Winter Garden. Channel 9's Kathy Belich is there with another live update. Kathy?
Bob and Barbara, right now there's a building back behind us that's been so badly damaged. They're going to go through it once again with a dog. This will be the 4th time they're going through this building. It was the worst damage, and so it's going to take some time for them to do that, but they're doing it very carefully. They just want to be sure that there is no one in that building, either trapped or hopefully not killed in that building. They're doing that right now, and right now joining me is the Orange County Building Department Inspector, John Warbington. You've been surveying the damage, helping the city of Winter Garden out with this. How would you assess the damage here at this point?
This is substantial damage. You would expect this kind of damage in the wake of a hurricane.
And you said that perhaps a third of the buildings have been damaged so badly that the residents will not be able to go back in.
That's correct. There's some buildings that are slightly damaged or can be easily repaired that people will be able to stay in, but there's a number of them have severe structural damage.
You were describing some of the damage from inside because you got a closer look than we're able to get. You were describing some of the incidents where one window may have broken, but the air just was sucked out of the apartment and the whole ceiling would collapse. Tell me about some of the things you've seen.
Well, some of the interesting things are a 2x4 piercing the roof. It must have been traveling at 150, 200 miles an hour. Went through like a spear. Depressurized rooms where the metal doors were actually pulled in or out. I've seen depressurized bedrooms where the entire ceiling was sucked down, so there have been some very interesting phenomena in that regard.
And just amazing then that no one was killed in this apartment complex, especially when you say that one board was flying through at possibly 200 miles an hour, just amazing. You also said that some of the buildings may not look as though they're damaged badly, but still the people might not be able to move in because of electrical problems. Could you explain that a little bit, just so these people know what they're up against here, even if they think that their building was not badly damaged and they're expecting to go back home?
Of course, there's some damage. For example, some of the gable end roofs have been pulled out away from the building, which makes the structure unsound. It may only appear as a small crack. There have been some roof leaks that actually got down into the electric utility, the switches and the ceiling fans and other things that makes it unsafe, and it needs to really be checked out, all the circuits tested by an electrician. Some of them will have to be, some of the units will have to be reviewed, of course, by a structural engineer for their appropriateness.
Okay, thank you very much, Sean Warbington with the County Building Department. They have their work cut out for them. Rescue crews, let's see if we can get a shot from Sky Witness now of the building in our area, if we're still up there in the area. The building that was most badly damaged by the storm. Rescue crews are going through with one of the Sheriff's Department dogs, just making sure that there is no one in that area. It's possible we can get an eagle eye picture up as well if Sky Witness is no longer in that area, but we understand that the fire chief says he cannot say for sure that there is no one in that building, and that's making him feel very uneasy. There have been 3 inspections of that building so far, but now they're taking a dog back there, going back a 4th time, as actually they have in all of these buildings, and the building is obviously not structurally sound, so they're very concerned about their safety as well, but they're going through with a Sheriff's Department dog. They're going to make sure that there is no one in that building, either injured or possibly dead. They don't believe that's the case, but they can't say for sure. And judging by some of the stories you have heard here, a family being thrown out of their 2nd floor apartment, another family collapsing down to the 1st floor from their 2nd floor apartment through the floor, a 2x4 coming through an apartment roof at possibly 200 miles an hour, just like a spear. It's just amazing that no one was killed here. We do understand there's a 9-month-old child, though, that is in intensive care in the hospital. That child's family, they were all thrown from their 2nd floor apartment onto the ground. The infant was apparently hurt somehow internally, and we understand the infant is in intensive care, and that's all we know about that right now. The only 2 fatalities we know of in Orange County happened at the Hyde Park retirement community not far from here. Rescue crews are continuing to go through the wreckage there and checking door by door more than once to make sure that there are no other victims either surviving or not surviving in that area as well. But that appears to be the latest here, possibly $10 million worth of damage just to this one apartment complex, the Country Gardens Apartments in Winter Garden. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Kathy. And you can sure understand why officials will be uneasy about saying, okay, this building has been searched, let's clear the area or demolish it or whatever, because that was a huge pile of rubble. And easily someone could still be inside there. They're still searching. And that's not the only place, obviously. They're searching for missing people.
That's right. The search continues up at Rod's Fish Camp up on the Seminole-Volusia County line, and that's where Channel 9's Dennison Keller joins us live. Dennison, what's the latest? Anything?
Barbara, we've moved to the Volusia side to give you a better vantage point of what's going on. If you look there through that sliver of the St. John's, you can see some of the deputies and game and fish officers who are looking for a Mr. Lucky Heaton. He has been missing for about over 11 hours now. So at this point, you've got to believe that this is just a recovery mission as opposed to a rescue mission. Earlier, we took some shots of some dive teams going in, searching the waters of the St. John's. If we could roll those right now. Investigators right now are rethinking the way they want to attack this search. Earlier, they believed that when the tornado blew through this area, it may have picked Lucky's home up. It was a mobile home, and tossed it a mile or so into the St. Johns River and tossed Lucky into the river along with it. Now they're not so sure that's what happened. Instead, they believe the tornado came through and it sure did rip Lucky's mobile home out from its base, but they think instead of tossing it a mile or so, it may have just tossed it just over to the banks of the St. Johns River and then Lucky in with it. So now they believe that he might be underneath his home, trapped underneath his home somehow. They're not positive of that, but they have certainly localized their search in the past 2 hours. They don't have airboats out there searching the St. Johns anymore. There are no more helicopters buzzing around looking along the river. That is where they believe Lucky Heaton is at this point. Earlier, we told you about a mobile home they did find about 3 miles downstream here in the St. Johns River. They don't think that's Lucky's. They think that belongs to a Freddie Paget. Freddie also went through a similar ordeal that Lucky did early this morning. The tornado came through. It did pick up his mobile home and toss it about a mile or so into the water. Fortunately, though, he already had a life vest on just by coincidence. He was checking some of the boats in the area, trying to tie them down as the storm was moving through. He had just walked in to his mobile home. The tornado came through and thrust him out into the water. So he had his life vest on and was also lucky enough to reach out and grab onto a boat that was in the area. He hung on to that for about 2 hours until rescuers came and got him. Obviously, Lucky Heaton's family is hoping for a similar scenario for Lucky. However, it's just not looking that way right now. They are in that area. They are there by the fish camp. They are looking at the proceedings going on. You probably can't hear it on the microphone, but we can hear the crackle of chainsaws going in as they try to look for Mr. Heaton. The family is there, obviously looking at what could be the inevitable, but keeping on to hope, hoping that somehow things might turn out in their favor. But so far, after 11.5 hours, there is still no sign of him, and the rescuers seem to be losing hope at this point.
Dennis, and it looks as if that's an overturned boat that they're cutting into, and I'm assuming that they figure either Lucky or someone else may be inside.
The only person they're looking for right now, Bob, is Lucky, and there is an overturned boat there. They're looking at that area right now, but they don't believe that's Lucky's boat. Lucky was in his mobile home. That's where they believe he is. That is actually just to the right. You can't see it. You're screened by the trees where Lucky's home is. But obviously with that boat, they've got to look in that area to see if he might be trapped underneath there as well.
I see.
But I think at this point they do believe he might be closer to his home. And again, that's just to the right, and that's screened off by those branches right there.
So they're looking around the area. We see the diver in the water, and they were cutting through the bottom of the boat there that is overturned, and we were just wondering if perhaps that's an area where they had centered their search, looking to see if Lucky was pinned under that boat somehow.
The boats are scattered all along this area. It's not just that one. I think there were like 19 or 20 boats that were destroyed in this area. So obviously it's not going to be a very big loss at all to cut through that boat, because that is likely a total loss already.
Yeah.
They have to be sure, though, he's not underneath there. And there is a huge pile. I wish you could see it. You just can't, though, because it's such a huge pile that is to the right there. His home is there, and a lot of other debris is piled on top of that. Perhaps they might be just taking the smaller hills first because they're easier to get to. That could be a theory why they're looking under that boat right now.
Okay, well, I guess they have to do whatever they feel is the logical way to progress in this search, because obviously there's a lot of confusion, a lot of areas to search, and we wish them the best, and maybe this could turn into one of those good news stories. You just never know.
Yeah, let's hope we have a lot of good news stories today as they continue to search for people who are missing in the rubble everywhere. And by the way, just want to mention that Channel 9's own hurricane specialist and bad storm specialist, Dr. Bob Sheets, is in Central Florida right now, and he's surveying some of the damage, and he will be joining us later as well.
But right now, we do want to take a look at the weather. Channel 9's chief meteorologist, Glenn Richards, joins us now live again from the Forecast Center. Glenn?
All right, well, some good news. Looks like, obviously, the storms have moved away. We do expect to see some sunshine this afternoon. You can see right here on the live early warning Doppler 9000 radar network looking good across the area. We do not expect to see these storms come back this way. Actually, we should remain rain-free for quite some time. The storms last night, they were obviously ferocious. Most of us were sleeping last night at the time. Here's a look at the one storm that came through Daytona Beach. In purple, you saw it as it quickly went by. You'll see it again. You'll see area in purple coming in from the left-hand side of your screen. That is the tornado. Last night, a whole bunch of wind shear in the atmosphere. In other words, winds were changing direction with height, a lot of rotation. That helped to produce, of course, the straight line winds. We had winds being reported at about 60 to 70 miles per hour in Daytona Beach at the airport. Also, of course, we had the tornadoes forming. So it was that rotation in the atmosphere, once again, due in part to the El Nino. Here's a look at the storms across western Orange County. You can see right there, right over Lake Apopka, that was the tornado coming across the lake just north of Highway 50 over towards Park Avenue. And once again, right now we feel that based upon some of the damage there, we'll hear more from Dr. Bob Sheets a little bit later on after we do a survey, but it appears that we're looking at about an F2, F3 tornado, possibly across western Orange County. The one up in Volusia County, not quite as strong, but strong nonetheless. And we'll take another look also at our one up in Seminole County. This one here, the most impressive. This is a one-block area right here, and that's the tornado. There it is, inflow all around it, spinning around counterclockwise, a classic signature of a tornado on a Doppler radar. And again, a very, very nasty sight across Cameron City last night, right on Cameron Boulevard. Now, let's take a look at how we did when it came to the tornadoes here in Central Florida. That graphic, if we can put that up, Kenny, I'm trying to see which one that is. It's the dealing with Orange County, State Road 50. Those are the
Red Cross officials, Osceola Fire and Rescue officials, as well as again, the Red Cross on the scene trying to take care of the folks who are here. As we walk around here, we can see that folks are trying to salvage what they can. This family over here has got a rental truck to salvage any goods. Folks are doing the best that they can here. When you look at a storm and you come here and the house is just not livable, you've got to try to save what you can. And folks, it's going to get cold tonight, so a number of shelters have also been opened here in Osceola County to take care of those folks. Watching out for debris, too. And also, family members are going to stay with some friends in hopes of trying to make the best of a bad situation. It's tough out here. Again, we've got 10 confirmed deaths right here in Morningside alone. They're still looking for 2 more people, including an 8-month-old infant. I'm Gail Pascal-Brown, reporting live in Osceola County. Now back to you in the newsroom.
Just heartbreaking stories, Gail. We can't release the names of the victims yet because the families need to be notified, of course, but any word on those 10 people? Were they many different residences that were affected, or whole families perished in this storm?
In some cases, there was a mother and son. Look, in this house right here, well, what used to be this trailer right here, there was a mother and son that were killed. Again, Bob Benner, he lived there. He was the one who had identified some victims, and then on the other side of him was another couple of folks. In some instances, it was an uncle, a friend, and a neighbor. I mean, and what we can tell right now, and again, I'm waiting for official word from Lieutenant, we don't know if there were quite whole families, but there were at least 2 to 3 family members in some cases as it relates to the deaths. So it's just really hard when you're out here talking to these folks. Many of them are emotionally upset. They don't want to have anything to do with the press. Of course, we definitely are not going to infringe on their rights as they're trying to mourn and trying to deal with the situation here, because it is really, really tough.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Gail, for the perspective there. Right now, people in Osceola County are getting some important information.
A meeting was called at Cypress Elementary School to kind of coordinate all the relief efforts, and News Channel 2's Bob Keeling is there live now with an update on that. Bob.
Well, John, this is right in the middle of the Lakeside subdivision where 300 homes have been damaged, and according to the spokesman for the Kissimmee Police Department, those homes are not inhabitable. Behind me, there are a number of emergency management officials, different people from the city of Kissimmee. And as we look out, we're in the cafeteria here. Let's show you some of the people who are assembled. These are all folks from the Lakeside subdivision in extreme southeastern Kissimmee. And all of these people have been affected by this tornado. And as we understand it, in this area where it was extremely hard hit, 300 homes, as we mentioned, have been damaged, and there will be an emergency curfew put into effect beginning at 6 o'clock tonight, and it will go until 7 in the morning. And so if you don't have a wristband, Pete, let's see if we can show you what we're talking about here. A couple of the residents are actually wearing them. These are wristbands. These are the folks who live within this damaged zone, and you have to have these bans to even get inside this area. But after 6 o'clock tonight, even these people will not be allowed back in the area if they are not in their homes. Folks who are inside the damaged area will be asked to stay inside their homes. The point of this whole thing being they want to try to minimize the possibility of looting, because we can tell you, having been down in here, like for instance in the Flamingo Lake subdivision here in southeast Kissimmee, 80% of the homes have been damaged to one degree or another. Here's a couple more numbers for you. 161 homes heavily damaged. 103 have what they're calling lesser, more medium damage, but there's obviously a lot of need. That's what these officials are here to do, to address some of those needs. Amazingly, no one was killed in this subdivision despite all of the damage. Some of the hospitals here in the Kissimmee area have been very busy with those who unfortunately were hurt in this. We had a chance to talk to a number of those survivors, and they're telling some pretty amazing stories. Maxwell Owens is in these plastic bags. He was asleep in the Ponderosa Mobile Home Park when the tornado hit.
Sometime I got my eyes open, looked out the window, and it hit. All the glass came through the windows, cut my back up. Something took my ear off. So, but I'm alive.
Doctors were able to sew the ear back on. Bill says when he gets a chance to go back home, he doesn't know how much of home he'll find. This family was also in the Ponderosa Mobile Home Park.
And Mike goes, it's coming, and we got on the floor, and the trailer started doing this, and then we just went over. And then it hit a tree. Thank God it hit a tree, because everything behind us and beside us was taken out. I mean, gone. History. It was gone.
So you feel like if you wouldn't have hit a tree...
Oh, we would have been gone. I don't know what would have happened. Yeah, they found people that were right next to us on the turnpike.
Gloria's boyfriend Mike had 42 stitches in his arm. Their son Cody survived with just a bump on the head. Some friends have offered to come take them to their home.
They lost everything over there at the RV park, so whatever we can do.
I am just thankful that he is okay. I mean, I've been up all night. I lost my house, and it's like, thank God.
This woman and her father say they will take warnings more seriously next time. Overnight, a stream of ambulances has brought the casualties to Osceola Regional. The staff here was ready.
Yeah, our reports are that they're estimating we're going to get another 20 or so injuries. Now that the sun's up and they're able to dig through the rubble, they'll find a few more folks.
What's this been like for you? Done anything like this recently? I mean, with this many people, this volume?
Never this many. You know, we had some, this is actually very much like a disaster drill. Those disaster drills are really pretty close, except for these people are really injured. But you know, you do that kind of training and you're pretty much ready for it.
So fortunately, the emergency crews at the area hospitals were prepared to handle the wounded, and there at Osceola Regional Medical, they had over 70 people that they had treated for storm-related injuries. Right now, you're looking at a huddle of different emergency management officials here in the Kissimmee area. Momentarily, they are expected to address the residents here in the Lakeside subdivision where there has been so much damage, but fortunately, no fatalities.
Folks, as we get started, we'll get started in just a minute. For those of you
Let's go ahead up to the podium.
Hispanic speaking only, we have a couple of interpreters down here. I would ask that if we could ask them to move maybe to the right side of the audience. Domingo and this lovely lady will help y'all to do the interpreting, and I would ask that those of y'all that are not Hispanic only, maybe if y'all could move in and we could do a little swap out there, because we need everybody to understand what is going on and communicate fairly. Okay, if y'all could do that in just 30 seconds or so. I'm sorry. All right, go ahead. You need to do this. Thank you.
Los que necesiten que la información se les diga en español, nosotros vamos a estar traduciendo en el lado de acá. Yo entiendo que quizás la mayoría necesitan español. Vamos a tratar de que si ustedes saben, necesitan español, traten de moverse al lado de acá. If you understand English, then you can stay on this side. Y los que necesitan más traducción, pasen a este lado de acá para que podamos hacer las traducciones. Okay, so we're seated where we're supposed to be?
So again, at this point, the emergency management officials from the police department, the utilities, the mayor, they're going to be here to address the people who have been devastated in this subdivision. There are 300 homes that are damaged. There is a great deal of destruction. You know, we've heard so much about all of the mobile home parks that were hit so hard, but we can tell you that going through even these residences, it looks similar to a hurricane in terms of the damage. So because of that, you have a whole cafeteria full of people who want to know when they're going to be able to get back into their homes, if they're going to be able to get back in tonight, and in some cases they will not be, because the code enforcement people for the city of Kissimmee have gone through and they've red tagged a number of these homes, and they've said that these houses are not inhabitable, that they are not safe to go in, even for the people who live there, because they're just in danger of collapsing. That's how bad the damage is in here.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and
we're going to go back up to the podium now.
This is not an exciting time, but I just want to say is
to hear the debriefing from the Kissimmee
mayor
city
here in
officials.
Kissimmee that y'all are a great bunch of people. There's no two ways about it. You have gone through more than any citizen in America could recently want to go through, and just to see, as I went around the neighborhoods today, to see neighbors helping neighbors is just phenomenal. Let me share a few things with you. We will be having some, for those of you that need it, Western Sizzling will have a certificate for the residents of Lakeside for breakfast tomorrow. And Linda Goodwin, where are you? What? And we've got somebody that's going to be passing these out afterwards. So feel free to come up and get one for those of you that need this. The other thing is we have a lady from Poe & Brown. Everybody has been asking a lot of questions today concerning filing of insurance and so forth. They will be in the back. I didn't see, there she is, right in the back. See her after the meeting. If you have questions, she has forms. She is with Poe & Brown, but even if you don't have Poe & Brown insurance, you have Allstate or State Farm, and I would suggest that you want to get one of these forms. It'll tell you what to prepare for as you go about the business of filing for your homeowners. Go right ahead.
Para aquellos que lo necesiten, Western Systems.
And now for the Spanish-speaking folks in the audience, they too will get this very important information. So that gives you an idea of what's going on down here at Cypress Elementary School. That indeed, there are probably, I can see probably 300 people here who need help at this point, and they will get it. There will be folks with insurance information back behind me. There is food that's been collected. So the folks who have been devastated here in southeastern Kissimmee who are looking for help are going to get it. For 11 Osceola County, I'm Bob Keeling, News Channel 2.
Thanks, Bob. Governor Childs was in Washington this morning, but as soon as he heard about the storms, he flew straight to Central Florida.
He is touring some of the hardest hit areas that began this afternoon in Osceola County. News Channel 2's Kathy Marsh is there right now. She's got more on that. Kathy.
Hi, John. Right now, what we understand at this time is that 8 people are dead here at the Ponderosa Mobile and RV Park, Mobile Home and RV Park. 6 people still unaccounted for. But as you mentioned, when Governor Childs left Washington, D.C. this morning, his first stop was right here at the Ponderosa Park. And this is the video. Let's look at that now. Governor Lawton Childs' first stop was Ponderosa Mobile Home Park in Osceola County, where 8 people are confirmed dead.
You know, this kind of seems that we keep getting these hits, you know, and why does it have to hit an RV park, you know? It could have gone on either side of it. This is where they get the worst devastation.
With the governor's arrival, it was the first time the media was allowed in to see the devastation at the Ponderosa Park. Homes leveled and people just lucky to be alive.
I wasn't even touched.
Now, that gentleman said while he wasn't even touched, 2 of his best friends, or 2 of the folks that he's come to know since he's been traveling to this park, were killed. Also, the governor mentioned that he agrees that this devastation looks like what he calls a mini Hurricane Andrew. He is continuing his tour throughout Central Florida. He will be winding up in Sanford sometime early this evening if he's not already there. We'll be here reporting live from Osceola County. I'm Kathy Marsh, News Channel 2.
Kathy, the governor was also with the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Is there any updated information on when some federal dollars might be brought into the area?
They told us they're working on it diligently. They hope to at least be able to get forms in motion perhaps by sometime late tomorrow. Maybe we'll hear more on that later this evening.
Okay, Kathy Marsh, thank you, live from Osceola County. Now, The storm system moved through our area yesterday afternoon. It started, then cut an indiscriminate path right across the midsection of the state.
News Channel 2's Dave McDaniel is live in Seminole County with a video timeline of the damage the storm did there.
Well, Congressman John Mica has just arrived here at the command center. The governor is expected here any time, and the government officials are certainly going to play a big role in this. Government certainly can't stop a storm from hitting, but they can help the victims recover. For every living creature, the survival instinct was put to the test by this storm. The most agonizing part of the day was the search for victims. They hoped to find survivors, but it rarely worked out that way. After daybreak, 2 children were found dead. Emergency managers figured the tornado was on the ground roughly 9 miles. Even so, all of the confirmed dead are from the same 4 to 5 block area.
The kids are there, the grandkids are there. We want to find out. That's all we want to.
These folks got lucky. The storm actually missed their loved ones. Many of the stories from the folks actually hit by this powerful tornado are simply incredible.
And we were all huddled in the bathroom. The girls were underneath me, the wife, and I was over top of them. And the cypress tree had snapped off, hit the door and drove it into my back, but I'm all right.
I was in the kitchen 1 minute. Next thing you know, the whole house just blew away. I was picking myself off the ground, picking stuff off of me, just gashed my shoulder, and started yelling for everybody else that was in the house, and then everybody started yelling. It was a miracle that we made it out.
Many Longwood businesses were hit. This bank lost most of its glass. A 1792 dealership lost a good part of its inventory. In all, 80 businesses and homes were damaged, some of those totaled. Even people with serious damage found reasons to count their blessings.
We're going to try to get him to leave. My mom has left, but we're going to try to get him to come to our house and bring the animals and stuff.
Until this area of Seminole County gets fixed up, there will be a curfew from dusk till dawn. And the folks at Seminole County government are doing all kinds of things to try to make sure they can help their citizens recover from this. The dusk to dawn curfew includes some other items. For one, they are going to have policies in place to keep people from gouging folks on the much needed supplies that they'll need to recover from this tornado and the tornado damage resulting from it. They're also going to make sure that people check extra carefully when contractors come through to try to do some work. They're handing out information to all of the folks affected to make sure they check those licenses and what exactly to look for so they don't get scammed. Too often we see in times like this, people come and take advantage of the folks who have already been victimized once, and the county wants to work hard to make sure that doesn't happen again. Once again, 11 dead in Seminole County. They're still looking for one more person, a woman in her early 20s that they still believe is not too far from her home that was destroyed, but they're hoping that they can find her. They will search until dusk tonight, and if they're not successful, they'll be out at first light again tomorrow morning. Reporting live in Seminole County, Dave McDaniel, News Channel 2.
And that price gouging restriction lasts for 90 days after this disaster. After it hit Seminole County, the tornado moved on to Orange County.
One of the areas in Orange County with the most obvious damage is the Country Garden apartment complex. You take a look at that and you'll wonder how anyone made it out alive. But there were no casualties last night. Survivors in that apartment complex talk about a terrifying night as the tornadoes came through. Many said they were literally almost sucked out of their apartments. Some sought refuge in their bathtubs in an effort to save their lives. Ed Highland joins us live now with some more of these incredible stories of survival. Ed.
And John, the intensity of the storm and the extent of the damage has kind of created a very surreal picture here. The folks that are still living in this complex, and there are quite a few, are kind of walking around in a daze, if you will. Many of them haven't slept since that storm struck before midnight last night.
I'm in this, it was 202 where the trees going in. My son and my daughter were the ones that got thrown out of the apartment. Yeah. I just got out of the hospital, and I come over to try to find some kind of anything with my identification or anything on it.
Jim Friana was still shaken from the jolt that literally knocked his family out of their home. How the kids doing?
My son's in pretty bad shape. My daughter, she's doing pretty good. They did all kind of tests and stuff. She's doing good. But my son, he's got separations in his shoulder. They're worried about with his neck, and they're concerned about moving him the wrong way and something worse happened.
The destruction, spread over several city blocks, showed a strength that even surprised building inspectors.
This is typical of what you would expect in a hurricane. They must have had winds in excess of 160 miles an hour to pull the buildings apart like it did.
The damage is so extensive and the building so unstable that officials are afraid to send anyone inside, so they're getting an aerial view to check out the structural integrity. The tornado piled cars one on top of another and then stacked them on the second floor of another unit. Lives and possessions were equally scattered.
They let us go in and get the kids' clothes and baby pictures and stuff like that. Everything else is pretty much gone.
Dogs were brought in to search every nook and cranny of the apartments for victims. Miraculously, no one was found. And like in other parts of Central Florida, there is a curfew that's going to be in effect for Ocoee and Winter Garden from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. in this particular area for a 2-mile stretch outside the city limits of Ocoee and Winter Garden. We have seen a rather steady stream of people continuing to come up to what was left of their apartments. You might notice behind me the X's and the O through there. That's a signifier by the fire department and building inspectors that they have not only checked the individual apartment, but also did not find anyone in that apartment. Others are marked with things like dog or pets that may have been left behind. But this entire area, 11 buildings in this particular apartment complex are considered completely destroyed, and many others are severely damaged. But the big miracle here, no one was killed. We're live in Winter Garden at Highland News Channel 2.
Ed, have all the residents and pets been accounted for at this point?
Everyone was accounted for. They did the searches even after people were accounted for because the destruction was so extensive. You saw in those pictures that literally cars and buildings were piled one on top of each other. If someone had perhaps had a visitor to an apartment that was not a registered guest here, then that person could have possibly been trapped. That's why they did several searches through the buildings. Again, fortunately, no one was found. Everyone has been accounted for.
That is fantastic, Ed. Thanks a lot. The incredible stories those people have to tell right now. We have confirmed at this point that we have a death toll of 35 people, but dozens of other people have been injured.
Let's take a look at the injured list from Osceola Regional Medical Center. 60 patients there, with 2 deaths reported there in the hardest hit area. Health Central, 55 patients. Florida Hospital in Kissimmee, 35. At Orlando Regional Medical Center in Orlando, 18. In St. Cloud, 7. At Florida Hospital in East Orlando, 4 patients taken there. In Altamont Springs, 2. And at Sand Lake Hospital, 1. That brings the total injuries right now, and they'll probably go up before the end of the afternoon at 181 injuries.
Of course, word of the deadly tornadoes that swept through Central Florida traveled very quickly.
President Clinton took time out from a meeting with the nation's governors in Washington to comment on the disaster.
Before I begin, let me say what I know is on all of our minds. Our thoughts and prayers are with the people in Central Florida, where tornadoes have now killed 28 people. Governor Childs is going to visit with our FEMA director, James Lee Witt, the area today, and they will have our concerns with them.
As we heard earlier from Dave McDaniel, Seminole County was hit very hard, where an entire family perished there.
Brett Scott is standing by live now, continuing our team coverage now. Brett, what do you have to report?
Well, John, that home where the family perished, just not far from here. In fact, if you were to use this area as your focal point here, you could go in any direction, a mile in any direction, and you would run into devastation caused by the tornado that went through here. 9 miles on the ground. What they're saying is an F4, possibly even an F5 tornado, cutting a destruction path 100 to 200 yards wide in some areas. This morning, the last victim, or early this afternoon, the last victim that they have so far found was a 9-year-old boy, part of that family, that entire family killed by this tornado. Yeah, we get the pictures in from Chopper 2, and you see the damage over a widespread area in Central Florida. But it really hits home, John, when you get on the ground and you go into these neighborhoods, into these areas where the damage is just unbelievable. Homes that are just leveled, homes that next door that are sitting there and nothing touched them, seemingly. It's like the hit and miss syndrome. It's the tornado's calling card. At the corner of Beardall and Marquette in Seminole County, a location where we have seen the devastation from the air, going inside is just is very, very devastating to see. The damage seems to be so much worse here on the ground and up close. Jim and Patty Bolton, as we look at some tape, were asleep when the tornado hit. The twister ripping the roof completely off of their cinder block home. They don't even know where the roof is. Jim Bolton said he left his bedroom window open when the two went to bed. He believes that is what saved them. The bedroom ceiling was the only thing left intact. Everything else, as you can see, totally destroyed.
Go on. We were in the back bedroom of the house. When it first hit, I thought this big tree, we've always worried about it back here, I thought the big tree had hit the house. That's what it sounded like. I got up and I opened my bedroom door, and water was pouring down the hall, and I looked up from the hall. We had no roof in the living room, kitchen, or back bedroom.
Now, next door to the Boltons, Don Parnell's home was completely lifted off its foundation. The double-wide mobile home that he normally sleeps in was destroyed. He was presumed missing or dead. He showed up as search and rescue crews were looking for him at about 2:30, 3 o'clock this morning. He said he decided on a night out on the town, and that obviously was a good decision. Now, some numbers that just came in from Seminole County. 166 residents damaged, 36 destroyed, 7 mobile homes destroyed, $3.3 million, the early estimate in damages, 10 commercial structures damaged, and 3 commercial structures destroyed. Again, as Dave McDaniel mentioned earlier, the governor will be in this area between 5 and 6. With him will be FEMA Director James Witt, and they will tour the area, and we will likely go with them and get their word on the devastation here in Seminole County. Reporting live, Brett Scott in Seminole County. John?
Brett, thank you very much. It's easy to kind of get overwhelmed with all of these pictures and images that we're seeing, but when you hear the individual people tell their stories, it is so disheartening to see that their entire lives have just been sucked out from under them.
It goes right to your heart, because so many of us can say, well, that was just down the street from where I live, and we have family and friends, and it really does hit home.
So many lucky folks from last night. Even though the storm system moved in from the Gulf, Volusia County over on the other coast was the first county to be hit by the series of tornadoes, and that was just before 11 o'clock last night.
And one person is reported dead there in that county, and there is widespread damage. News Channel 2's Shannon Fitzpatrick is live with a story from Volusia County. Shannon?
Well, residents in affected areas of Daytona Beach and Volusia County are racing against the sun and the wind right now, trying to clean up as much damage as possible before nightfall. The Pelican Bay subdivision got slammed last night. At least 50 homes there have been damaged. Many roofs have been torn off and several houses have been condemned. The twister continued east, destroying dozens of homes in the Colonial Colony South Mobile Home Park. Amazingly, there were only a few injuries. Gary Colton lost most of his home and will stay with friends tonight. He says the horrible experience from last night keeps running through his mind.
We heard that special train that you always hear, and that's what it was. It was a big roar, and I told her to get up. I said, I hear the train, and we took off. We made it to the laundry room in about 5 seconds, and it hit. It was just like a big smash.
Now, the tornado wiped out a large portion of businesses in the Professional Village just before striking Pelican Bay. But fortunately, no one in this immediate area was killed. Now, unfortunately, about 5 miles west of here off of 92 in the High Ridge subdivision, one man was not able to make it out of his mobile home park, or mobile home rather, in time. He was crushed inside. His fiance was able to make it out in time. She was treated and released from the hospital. Many friends are out there in that area trying to help them salvage through what is left of their mobile home, but not much left. And again, we want to mention to anyone in Volusia County who needs a place to stay tonight or somewhere to go or has questions can go to the Red Cross shelter at the Embry-Riddle Cafeteria. That will be open all night for anyone who needs help. Reporting live in Volusia County, Shannon Fitzpatrick, News Channel 2.
Well, the stories behind the numbers, we keep talking about the death toll and the numbers, is really heart-wrenching when you hear that story about the man with his fiancée who was crushed there in Volusia County.
When you start to hear the individual stories, that really brings it home for us.
From Volusia County, we go now to Brevard County, which was also hit by the storm. No lives were lost there, but the damage is severe.
News Channel 2's Dan Billow has been stationed over there all day, continuing our coverage now. Despite the damage, Dan, I'm sure a lot of folks over there consider themselves to be the lucky ones.
They do indeed, John. This one case in point here in Titusville in the Windover area. This very strongly and newly built brick home had its roof ripped off by what residents say last night was a tornado. They had a close call, but nobody was hurt. Damage in a number of places around Brevard County, but nowhere was the damage worse in Brevard County than in Port Canaveral.
My daughter's room is the corner of the house that was blown off, and I just lucky, you know. Praise God that she wasn't hurt, that it could have been worse because the roof landed in my backyard and maybe she could have landed in the backyard.
The story from almost everyone in Brevard County was about how lucky they were to have missed serious injury or even death from the storm. Everyone, that is, except restaurant owner Ray Casella, who may now be out of business. He has no insurance.
Can't afford it.
Will you be able to reopen?
if I can find some money somewhere, you know. I don't know what to do anymore.
Casella's Port Canaveral restaurant has been ordered closed. His 10 employees won't be able to come back to work until safety officials clear the building to be reopened. Several restaurants in the Port Canaveral area have had roof damage similar to this one. And in the boatyard, dozens of boats damaged or knocked over, and a paint booth virtually destroyed.
I thought my boat was going to go over as well, because like it was really rocking.
On Merritt Island as well, 2 homes had roofs ripped off. In one case, the roof landed in a neighbor's backyard. The damage was significant enough, but so much lighter than in other Central Florida areas that officials here are sending aid to the worst hit areas.
I know that everybody over there, like we would be in a similar circumstance, is working off adrenaline, and pretty soon their guys are going to start getting tired, and we can do a lot of their, security work for them.
So sheriff's deputies and firefighters and paramedics from Brevard County are headed into places like Osceola County and Seminole County to help out. In Brevard County, the damage toll estimated at about $1.4 million. But again, really not even any injuries from this storm here. We're live in Titusville. Dan Billow, News Channel 2.
Dan, thank you very much. Of course, these twisters moved through our area late last night, taking hundreds by surprise as it came through about midnight or so.
If you're just getting home, we're continuing our live team coverage. We're diverting from our regular programming to bring you coverage of the night of destruction last night. News Channel 2's Claire Metz takes a look now at a timeline of the storm's path across Central Florida.
We had early warning, no question. The storm team predicted severe weather, and late yesterday afternoon in Brevard County, 10 homes were damaged when a waterspout came ashore in Indy Atlantic. Then the main squall line began pushing through. Something, a downdraft of wind or a tornado, cut down trees and ripped out power lines into Leon Springs. That at 10:53 last night. Here's the first sign we're in for real trouble. A twister bowls over a semi-truck like it was a toy. Not one, but several semis knocked about in the storm's path. Then one person died in a mobile home park when perhaps the same tornado turned east and slammed into South Daytona. That happened just before 11 o'clock last night. Suddenly, the tornadoes become more violent. Several Winter Garden apartment complexes are blown apart, and a mobile home community is hit hard. Here, 3 people lose their lives as West Orange County becomes the new target about 10 minutes before midnight. Some 30 minutes later, another tornado takes aim in Seminole County. 11 people are confirmed dead early on. But as we get a full picture of the destruction, we see a wide tornado cutting a 9-mile path across this area, and the death toll gets set to rise. And it isn't over yet. Mother Nature saves her deadliest punch for Osceola County. Here, several lakeside communities near Kissimmee and an RV park are laid bare. At 10 minutes before 1 o'clock this morning, the twister slams into this area, killing 14 almost immediately. Sadly, the death toll has already risen to 16 now and may go up from here. Claire Metz, News Channel 2.
And as Claire said, the death toll was expected to go up, and it did in just the last few minutes, up to 20 people now in Osceola County. Things have calmed down outside now, a little bit breezy. The forecast is good, but that certainly doesn't erase the damage or the terror of last night.
Let's check in now with meteorologist Brad Nitz. He's over in the Super Doppler Storm Center. He's got more now on the strength of these tornadoes. Brad.
Well, they were unusually strong tornadoes for this part of the country, and of course we were watching those through the night and the early morning hours. And with the tornadoes that we saw, they're ranked on a Fujita tornado intensity scale, similar to hurricane categories. And what we saw was F3 with occasional isolated F4 damage. So we're talking about wind speeds 158 to 206 miles an hour for most of the damaged areas. And some locations we saw isolated wind damage 207 to 206 miles an hour. And with an F3 tornado, you would expect severe damage that would remove roofs and walls from well-constructed homes, mobile homes completely demolished, most trees in a forest uprooted, heavy cars lifted and thrown about. And so obviously that is exactly the type of damage that we saw with a few locations with even some more significant devastating damage. So normally in Florida, when we do have tornadoes, they're typically on the order of those F0, occasionally F1 tornadoes with winds of, say, 50 to maybe 100, 112 miles an hour. And these were significantly stronger than that. And as the wind speed increases, the force of the wind increases exponentially. And so, of course, we see significantly more damage in those very strong F3 and F4 tornadoes. And the good news for the folks that will be cleaning up over the next several days is that the weather should cooperate. Very breezy today. The winds should begin to relax overnight, and tomorrow for the next several days, in fact, for the rest of the work week, we're looking for sunny to partly cloudy skies and some dry weather. So that's some good news, and we'll have more on the forecast coming up a little bit later.
Brad, thank you very much. The American Red Cross has now set up, as you would imagine, a number of shelters throughout the damaged areas here in Central Florida.
Dispatchers have been on the phone all morning today and most of the day. One of their tasks has been coordinating drop-off locations for food, water, and clothes for those people in need. Red Cross volunteers are also bringing food, drinks, and blankets for those in the hardest hit areas. So far, the Red Cross says the support they've received in terms of donations has been tremendous.
Right now, Red Cross is considering this to be about a level 4 operation, which means that we're estimating that it's probably going to take around $300,000 to take care of the people that have been affected by this disaster. And we've had some major players in this game at this point, and in fact, one of our biggest contributors has been the United Way. They have opened up our campaign for us with a $100,000 donation, and we do appreciate them stepping up to that. Also, Bell South Mobility, in conjunction with Bell South, is also kicking in $15,000, as well as the use of cellular phones for use by the American Red Cross, as well as the local governments that have been affected by this. And some other donations that we have received up to this point is T.G. Lee has offered to provide drinks for our shelters, and Walt Disney World is currently providing whatever assistance they can. So with that, we're in full gear with a full-blown disaster relief operation and doing everything we can to get these people back on their feet and back into their own homes as quickly as possible.
And we'll bring you a phone number a little bit later where you can call to help the Red Cross. When people begin to rebuild, we're being warned to be on the lookout for those who may try to take advantage of the situation with scams and cons. We talked earlier today to Steve Manell with the Florida Contractors Association. Now, he urged those who hire contractors to be sure to check that they are licensed or registered with the state. Here's a number you can call to verify if the contractor is indeed licensed and registered. That number is in Jacksonville. It's 904-727-6530. That's 904-727-6530. You can also call that number to find out if any complaints have been filed against the contractor in question. There are so many heroes that emerge in disasters, but it is unfortunate. There are also people who would prey on those who are suffering. But now is the time to be on guard for cons and scams.
Good thing to have set up. Of course, the tornadoes from last night caused quite a few road closures, including several parts of Highway 50.
Let's check in now with Donna Morehouse in Metro Traffic Control for the latest information. Donna?
Well, Laurel and John, for all intents and purposes, West Highway 50 remains closed in both directions between the Turnpike Exchange in Oakland to your left and the Turnpike Exchange in Ocoee to your right, which is Marshall Farms at West Highway 50. That entire stretch basically closed. Now, the police are letting folks who live in the area go through. Your best bet, use the Turnpike. It's a great alternate. And, of course, Boggy Creek remains closed from Narcoossee to the Turnpike in Kissimmee. Your best bet there, using Osceola Parkway or even 192 as an alternate. It would help out the police and emergency crews as much as possible if you can stay away from the area. I'm Donna Morehouse, Metro Traffic for News Channel 2.
Thank you, Donna, for the update.
You're welcome, Laurel.
If you are just joining us, our big story today, of course, the aftermath of over 12 tornadoes that touched down across Central Florida last night. This is what it looks like in Seminole County. The damage is widespread, from homes absolutely being leveled to cars and other vehicles being tossed around like toys. Close to a dozen people killed there in last night's storm, and over 100 people treated at area hospitals for a variety of injuries.
Plus, in Kissimmee, take a look at this shopping center also destroyed by a tornado. It's the Buenaventura Shopping Center in Osceola County. So you can see not only are homes leveled, but businesses as well. The cleanup and economic impact here is unbelievable. A busy day in Osceola County. Storm victims picking up the pieces, and we're going to go now live to Gail Pascal Brown for the latest in Osceola County. Gail?
And they're picking up the pieces here in Osceola County. The Vega family has loaded a truck full of goods here trying to salvage what they can. Joining me now is Jose Soto. You're a family member here. This is your uncle's home. Tell me about the damage here and how are you guys doing?
Well, so far, everybody's doing great. They're counting their blessings. My cousins and my aunt and my uncle, they're just surviving. They're great. They're just doing great right now. I mean, they feel sad for the family next door to us, as well as across the street. They know they lost a couple of people, dear friends of theyrs. So they're handling pretty good.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll let you get back to your work there. I know they're loading all this heavy stuff. He's right, you know, it's amazing how this storm hopscotch. Look right over here. Now, at this trailer home right here, that's where the Benners live. Now, they were spared. This house was spared, but on either side of them is a mobile home, or I should say was a mobile home, and we've got lives lost over here. As we walk down further, you can see the fire and rescue trucks are here. Still, some of the folks trying to clear some of the debris. And as we continue to make a circle around Morning Light Way here in Morningside Mobile Home Park, folks are still trying to sift through, see what they can save. It's disheartening for some of these folks. We've got church members. The Barnett family here has some church members that came out here to try to help folks salvage. It's just incredible, the strength of the storm. And in the storm, 10 lives were lost here in this mobile home park. Again, the latest information we have, and I'm still waiting to talk to Lieutenant here, we're still looking for 2 more individuals, including an 8-month-old infant. And of course, when we get any more details about that, we'll bring you up to date. But it's still, you know, people are going to work here as long as they can, and then once it gets darker, of course, they will seek shelter in some of the temporary shelters around here or with families and friends. I'm Gail Pascal Brown reporting live from Osceola County for News Channel 2.
Gail, thanks. It is, of course, going to be a very long time before life gets back to any kind of semblance of normalcy for folks in Osceola County.
Many people there are living in shelters already. Our live team coverage continues now with News Channel 2's Joan Fuller with that side of the story. Joan?
Well, as the sun begins to set, the need for shelter becomes more apparent. Many of the people who were uprooted by the storm are still in shock. But again, as that sun begins to set, they begin to think about where they will sleep tonight. And the Red Cross says as that need becomes more apparent, they're ready. Lakeview School was closed for the day, but you wouldn't know that by the number of people milling throughout the building. Just like the students who attend class here, these people are learning a lesson on how to survive a disaster. The Red Cross is supplying cots and blankets and other items these storm victims might need, and some of the things they might want.
We provide comfort kits to them. We also try and provide the food. One of the things that we do try and keep an eye out for is we also try and provide psychiatric counseling to them, because in times like this, either if there have been family members that have been injured or killed, is to provide that type of psychological counseling to them.
Angie Viner and her family had no place to go after the tornado tore through their mobile home they'd driven from Jupiter. Injured by a toppling refrigerator, she's thankful to be alive and for the help.
We all got out alive. The motorhome got picked up and thrown, and I mean, it was horrible. This is the greatest thing. I've seen this in movies. I've never lived this before, and this is wonderful. And everybody's so helpful. They're always checking on you. It's wonderful.
Those coming to the shelter sign registration forms so that relatives concerned about missing family members can be assured they're all right. Just one more way to make sure there's calm after the storm. Now, the Osceola County Red Cross has a shelter at Horizon Middle School and Den John School. Now, the first shelter they opened this morning at Cypress Elementary has closed. That school was also damaged by the storm. There was a leaky roof, tiles were missing, there was glass inside, and the Red Cross thought that it would be safer to move them to another area. And they're asking you, if possible, if you do need shelter, to make sure you bring medication, especially if you're a senior citizen, and your glasses and whatever prescriptions that you need. But again, sometimes that isn't possible, and the Red Cross will work with you. Reporting live from Osceola County, I'm Joan Fuller, News Channel 2.
You may look at all that devastation and really want to be able to help. And we told you earlier we'd give you a phone number where you can help. Here it is. If you want to help, you can call the American Red Cross, and the number is 1-800-HELP-NOW. And we're told they need disposable diapers. So many families with children, as you know, as a parent, you really need those when you have children. Disposable diapers. Of course, they need financial donations. They're also putting together a needs list right now. So as soon as the Red Cross gives us that needs list, we will give it to you. They're also training caseworkers to help out to assess the needs of the people that are hurt. So if you'd like to train to become a caseworker to help out, you can call that number there. It's 1-800 help now, and they would love to hear from you. The number may be busy, but keep trying.
A variety of ways that you can help, and we are confident that thousands of people, as they always do in situations like that throughout Central Florida, will come forward. It, of course, has been an agonizing, very busy day in Osceola County as storm victims there pick up the pieces of their homes, pick up the pieces of their lives, as their neighbors also try and help out. News Channel 2's Michelle Meredith continues our coverage now with a look at the day's events.
Go bad, so we figured, hey, might as well use it. So
I am here at Ponderosa Park off Boggy Creek Road. The governor has arrived, the National Guard has arrived, but first let's show you how this all started. A drive down Boggy Creek Road was downright scary this morning at 2. There were cars flipped like toys, businesses ripped apart, and already loss of life.
And a woman in a mobile home was tossed about 50 feet from her home, and they found her under the rubble. We just found her now. She is dead.
The BVL Plaza used to front Boggy Creek Road, not anymore. The tornado wiped out the plaza and Rosie's Pub. The bar was open at the time. Patrons were literally plucked from the rubble. Behind the plaza, Danny Diaz walks, looking for signs that his friends in BVL made it.
I felt the hairs in the back of my neck and in my arms just raised because I was afraid of what, you know, I've been, like I said, I've been through Andrew, I've been through David in Dominican Republic, I've been through several hurricanes. I know what the destruction is like, and I didn't want to go through it again.
The sun sheds light on the devastation, and down the road, it is not good. 8 dead in Ponderosa Park. Campers were flipped, crushed, and plain wiped off the map. Many folks were tourists just passing through. Some vacation.
I'm going to stay in Ohio. I'm never coming back.
It was complete and utter chaos. I was asleep and woke up when the motorhome started to shake. I looked out the window. I could see. A second later, I couldn't see. There was people screaming.
And Danny's friend, well, they're okay. The bathtub became their bed, and they still have a home.
It was a close call, too close.
And they have each other. And now a warning to consumers. You can expect at this point price gouging and scam artists, so beware. I'm Michelle Meredith reporting from Kissimmee.
Michelle, thank you very much. We do have a variety of numbers that we will be passing out to you from time to time, and one of those numbers is a toll-free number that you can call to make sure that you're not being scammed by a contractor or so-called contractor who might come into your area looking to give you some help when in fact they're looking to take you. So we'll give you that number from time to time. We also have a variety of numbers we'll give you as to where you should go and the event you're looking for help in your respective areas. I will apologize, that is not a toll-free number. That will be a number that will cost you, however, a number well worth calling. It's 904-727-6530. That's to find out if a contractor who has approached you is licensed. Also to find out if there has ever been a complaint lodged against that contractor. So that's going to be a number lots and lots of people are going to want to use over the next, well, several weeks, really.
And that number is in Jacksonville. Speaking of numbers, it's such a hard thing to talk about the numbers and the death toll because there's so many stories behind the numbers. But let's take a look at the numbers from each of the counties. And now the total is up to 36. If you're just coming home, it's so hard to believe the devastation that Central Florida has suffered overnight. And it's just becoming apparent now. Osceola County now 21 victims there. In Seminole County, 11. In Orange County, 3 people dead. And in Volusia County, 1 person. In Brevard County, no one fortunately died there, but the damage is widespread there as well.
Some significant damage. We unfortunately anticipate that that death toll is going to rise. There are around 50 people still missing around the Sanford area, 70 to 80 people that are unaccounted for in Osceola County. This is a video that we have been showing you all day from Chopper 2. An entire subdivision virtually leveled by this series of tornadoes that came through about an 11-mile area in Osceola County. The death toll there continues to rise currently at 20. You can see homes just reduced to a pile, just a tinderbox, really. That home in the middle of your screen, under normal circumstances, that would be tremendous damage. But when compared to the homes on either side of it, really, comparatively, not too terribly bad, although that's some significant damage all the way around. We talked about Seminole County. A lot of people sort of dodged a bullet there. However, the search for people continues in Seminole County today, as it has been all day long. We have News Channel 2's Brett Scott. He has been stationed in Seminole County for the duration of the afternoon, bringing us his series of reports from there. Brett, anything new you can update us on from Seminole County?
Well, John, they still continue to search for a missing 23-year-old woman. The last person they found was a 9-year-old boy. He perished along with 3 family members in this tornado. Now, the governor will arrive between 5 and 6 to address the media here, and then he will take a tour of an area where lives have literally been turned upside down.
Pouring through here, and I couldn't. I told Patty, I said, be still till I find out what happened.
Jim and Patty Bolton were sound asleep when they heard what they describe as a deafening roar and crash. This morning, they were on the phone to loved ones, telling them they were alive.
I thought the big tree had hit the house. That's what it sounded like. I got up and I opened my bedroom door, and water was pouring down the hall, and I looked up from the hall. We had no roof in the living room, kitchen, or back bedroom. Bedroom on this side. My wife, maybe right here.
Jim left his bedroom window open when they went to bed. He believes that is what saved them, as the killer tornado ripped the roof off their cinder block home.
I believe it kept the roof from exploding. I shut these windows after the storm was over.
Next door to the Boltons, what's left of Don Parnell's home. It was completely lifted off of its foundation and tossed about 40 feet. Don decided on a night out on the town. It was a timely decision.
Yes, it is. That's awful force coming through here. And I've never seen it before. And I'm lucky not to be in it, you know.
Less damage, but frightening moments as well on the St. Johns River. The Sanford Boatworks Marina hit by either a tornado or microburst. Marina resident Don Crumpacker and family report that there were no injuries.
And next thing we heard was a big bang, and the boat surged. And I jumped out and ran out back, and there was a houseboat going by about 8 foot off my stern, and it was just running free with the wind. And then I saw another pontoon boat go by, and then dock pieces, and I said, wow, we got hit hard.
And we just got an update, John. Governor Lawton Chiles leaving Osceola County. They say he will arrive here between 5:30 and 6 with James Witt, FEMA director. Some numbers again from Seminole County. 166 residents damaged, 36 residents destroyed, 7 mobile homes destroyed, $3.3 million in damage. That is an early estimate. 10 commercial structures damaged and 3 commercial structures destroyed. So as I said it before, lives have been turned upside down in Seminole County. The death toll here, 11, with 1 person, a 23-year-old female, still missing. John?
Brett, what have you been able to ascertain from being there all afternoon? Did most people that you've talked to see the warnings on television or on the radio yesterday? Did they heed those warnings? Did some of the folks decide to ride it out anyway? Did most people that you've talked to seem like they were prepared?
John, most people did not see the warnings, and they were not prepared, although some did, and they really didn't heed those warnings. They stayed in their homes. Some of those homes were hit, some of those homes were missed. Again, a tornado's calling card. It's just a pretty devastating situation here, and sometimes, unfortunately, it takes a situation like this to get people's attention, but certainly this tornado, classified as an F4 or an F5, certainly did that.
From what you've seen, Brett, are the people seeking shelter there, or have they found friends to stay with tonight?
From what I've seen, touring a few neighborhoods, some areas hit by the tornado, there are friends and family that have arrived that are helping pick up the pieces. So most of the people here have family and friends in this immediate area in Sanford, Central Florida. One resident, in fact, is going to be going to Daytona Beach tonight to stay with family there. So most people are taken care of. If not, they are going to Red Cross shelters, yes.
Brett, thank you very much. We are going to have continuing coverage of the extent of the damage, the search for survivors, and what people are doing to take care of themselves throughout the course of the evening.
We have a special report coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. It's called Night of Destruction. Again, tonight at 7 o'clock here on News Channel 2, we'll have live team coverage from every county affected. The storms moved from Tampa Bay to Daytona Beach, and 5 counties here in Central Florida affected with damage. 4 counties reporting deaths. Again, that's tonight beginning at 7 o'clock. And if you're just getting home, we have tremendous stories and pictures to show you, and we'll bring that all together for you tonight.
Got a bit of a break weather-wise today. It was clear skies, a lot of wind out there, however. But Brad Nitz, at least we can say we saw this one coming.
Well, indeed we did. We had plenty of warning. All of the computer models indicated the system would be developing in a manner that would allow for severe weather to develop, and right on through the day, things looked like they were headed that way. Unfortunately, it came together, and we saw some tremendous tornado damage, F3 with occasional F4 tornado damage. We're talking in some locations with winds within the tornadoes in excess of 200 miles an hour. So it's not surprising with that type of wind speed, the damage that we're seeing all across Central Florida. Right now on Live Super Doppler 2, a welcome sight, certainly. Things are much quieter and should continue to improve as we head through the rest of the evening, this evening, and on into tomorrow. We're looking for clearing skies. So your evening outlook, if you have plans to be out and about this evening, or if you're continuing to clean up some areas, partly cloudy skies, although it will remain windy. We're looking at west winds right now gusting to 30 to 35 miles an hour, west winds at 15 to 20 miles an hour through the evening hours, and temperatures in the mid to lower 60s as we head through the evening hours. Now here's a look at the satellite picture, and this goes back to yesterday evening when we were seeing the line of severe weather moving through Central Florida with the embedded tornadoes. And at that point, a cold front cutting through the state. Along and ahead of the front, we're seeing very strong southerly wind, the low-level jet feeding in a lot of moisture, and strong winds coming out of the south. In the upper levels of the atmosphere, very strong jet stream coming across to the west. And so you see we have different winds at different speeds and direction through the atmosphere as you rise through the atmosphere. Really, all of the ingredients came together for a classic severe weather situation. That's one of the reasons we, of course, had quite a bit of warning in advance. And that's also the reason that we saw such significant damage. Those storms continue to move away. Wraparound moisture around the big area of low pressure that ultimately is responsible for all of this continues to move away, and we will see some clearing skies as this whole system gradually pushes off towards the north and to the east. The regional radar composite shows the tail end of those storms continuing to push away, and the nearest precipitation now over North Georgia and the coastal area of the Carolinas, and things are certainly drying out for us. Very breezy through the day today. That will improve as well, but very gusty westerly winds continue. In fact, right now, wind gusts 30 to 35, occasionally 40 miles an hour across Central Florida. But there's the front and the precipitation offshore continuing to move away. So high pressure is sliding in behind that front. Sunshine will return tomorrow, clear skies. It will be slightly breezy, nothing like we saw today. We're looking at winds on the order of 10 to 15 miles an hour tomorrow. So tomorrow really should be a gorgeous day, and the winds won't be as much of a problem for the folks that will be doing some cleanup around Central Florida through the afternoon tomorrow. Our forecast for the overnight hours for the rest of the night tonight calls for clear and colder conditions. It will remain windy with northwest winds at around 15 miles an hour, low of 49 degrees. Tomorrow, really a very nice day. Lots of sunshine, 70 degrees, northwest winds at 10 to 15 miles an hour. And along the coast tomorrow, winds will be out of the northwest as well along the coastal waters. The seas offshore at about 5 feet, and the surf tomorrow at about 1 to 2 feet. So that's a look at your forecast. Things are improving as we head through the next several days. In fact, we're looking for sunshine and dry weather for the rest of the work week ahead. And News Channel 2 at 5 o'clock starts now.
This is News Channel 2, where the news comes first.
Here is the damage tornadoes can do. This is Osceola County, one of the hardest hit places last night when tornadoes ripped through Central Florida. Our storm team coverage continues now, our live team coverage. Good evening, I'm Wendy Chioji.
I'm John O'Connor. Since the sun came up today, the inevitable comparisons have been made between what we went through last night and Hurricane Andrew.
Almost a dozen tornadoes landed in Central Florida. The death toll is higher than it was in Andrew. So far, we have confirmed reports that 35 people have died. You're now looking at video of the damage shot by Chopper 2 in Longwood. A tornado landed there and cleared a path all the way to Sanford. So far, 35 people, as we said, confirmed dead, and more than 100 injured across Central Florida. Winter Garden, Ocoee, Kissimmee, Volusia, and Brevard counties, all touched by a series of almost a dozen tornadoes that landed in a 2.5-hour period last night. Take a look right now at the damage totals that we have for you. According to an assessment by the American Red Cross, more than 336 homes were destroyed in Central Florida. 64 apartments were also destroyed or severely damaged in Orange County alone. 103 homes sustained major damage across the area. At least 50 have minor damage.
Coming up in the next half hour, we have live continuing storm team coverage. We'll give you some important phone numbers just in case you want to help or if you need information, so you might want to grab a pen and paper. First, though, we'll show you the magnitude of the damage with News Channel 2's Gail Pascal-Brown.
It's been an emotionally distraught day for family members and friends who've lost loved ones in this devastating storm. The tornado took out 6 trailers on Morning Light Way in the Morningside Mobile Home Park, damaged countless others, and sadly killed at least 10 people. Neighbor Bob Benner had the grim task of having to identify his neighbor.
Sister to one of my friends that lived next door, couldn't even identify her. And the only way I did, and I had a photo picture, is a tattoo.
With destruction all around him, he and his family were spared. He's thankful, but still wonders why.
I don't know why. Because it wouldn't take much more, and we would have been right with them. You know, we don't have a scratch other than me saving a few birds out back.
It's tough for the residents in this Osceola County mobile home park who are trying to salvage what they can and rebuild what the storm didn't take. And we do have an update on the numbers of dead or family members who have been found here in Osceola County, here at the Morningside Mobile Home Park. Lieutenant Judy Taylor tells me they now have confirmed 11 dead and 1 missing. They did find that 8-month-old several streets from here on Moonbeam behind his residence. Again, 11 dead and 1 still missing. Authorities are going to work until it gets dark, and then they say they're going to be right back out here in the morning. Until then, there are family members who are still trying to salvage what they can. Right over here, we've got some folks who are still moving some things in, and they're going to work too probably until it gets dark, and then they're going to either stay with friends or temporary shelter that has been set up. It's a disheartening situation here at Morningside Mobile Home Park. Of course, we'll bring you any more details as they become available. I'm Gail Pascal-Brown, live for News Channel 2.
Thanks, Gail. Because of the damage and fear of looting, curfews have been established in Osceola and Seminole counties. That's primarily for the affected areas.
That I think every elected official sitting behind me is so concerned about our loved ones, our families that have suffered losses here in Kissimmee, that we will not tolerate any type of looting or ravaging, and will have a zero tolerance in Kissimmee and Osceola tonight and forever.
And again, that is a dusk to dawn curfew for the affected areas, Osceola and Seminole County. A little while ago, folks in Osceola County were getting some important information.
Our live storm team coverage continues now with Bob Keeling. He's at the meeting there at Cypress Elementary School. Bob.
John, we've heard so much about the damage in the mobile home parks, understandably, because that's where all the fatalities were. But also, here on the southeastern edge of Kissimmee, there is the Lakeside subdivision, where officials have told us that 400 homes are damaged, a staggering number. And somewhere around 300 of those homes will be not inhabitable. So there are all kinds of issues for the people behind me here from this subdivision, some of whom will be staying in shelters tonight. There are 3 shelters that have been set up, one at Denjon Middle School in Kissimmee. There is another one set up at Lakeview Elementary School. And then there is still a 3rd shelter set up as well here in Osceola County. And once again, when you take a look at these pictures, it is really hard to fathom. I mean, the devastation is just so complete. But life must go on, and so the people here have a number of questions. Folks here answering questions about getting contractors' licenses. Indeed, people who do want to rebuild will need to get a license at room 107 here at Cypress Elementary School on the southeastern edge of Kissimmee. Officials here have also said that the drinking water in this area is safe to consume. Tonight, Salvation Army will have feeding units out in a number of area places. Also, a big concern is the electricity. So far, from the KUA officials who just spoke here, there are upwards of 8,000 customers still without power in this affected zone of Osceola County. They tell us that they have additional crews in here working. They hope to have that number down to 5,000 customers without power by nightfall, and then they hope to reduce it again by half to around 2,000 out by tomorrow morning. So certainly it will be a very long night for those working to restore power. The other thing we should mention is that down here in all of these zones, all over Osceola County, they will have an emergency curfew in place beginning at 6 o'clock. And for people who have a home in these affected areas, they'll have to get a wristband, and they have to get that from the police department so they can go back into their homes. Inside this damage zone, also, the people who are in their homes will not be able to go out. There won't be any walking around. And again, it's as we mentioned before, that is to try to minimize the amount of looting. So certainly the folks back here are lucky in terms of the fact that there were no fatalities here in the Lakeside subdivision, but there are just hundreds of devastated homes. It looks very similar to what we saw in Hurricane Andrew back in 1992 in terms of the massive devastation of homes as well as trailers, mobile homes, recreational vehicles here in Osceola County. But Kissimmee's mayor was just here, and he gave words of encouragement to these people here, talked about how great they've been through all this. His voice was breaking. It's a very emotional time for these folks in Osceola County. All of the emergency aid agencies are pulling together, trying to get people all of the information they need, the help they need, and at this point, plenty of help is needed down here. We're live in Kissimmee. I'm Bob Keeling, News Channel 2.
Okay, Bob, thank you very much. We'll check back with you.
Emergency and rescue crews went to work as soon as the first injuries were reported late last night. Here's a breakdown of injuries from various hospitals across our area. 70 people went through Osceola Regional Medical Center. 2 of the people that went there did not make it. Arnold Palmer Hospital, 10 people. 55 patients went through Health Central, 38 to Florida Hospital Kissimmee. So a number of people went through many of the hospitals in our area. All told, more than 266 people were treated at our local hospitals. We have News Channel 2's Greg Fox live at Florida Hospital in Kissimmee now with the very latest from there.
And Florida Hospital is one of the dozen hospitals in Central Florida that have been handling the injured. It's been a remarkable task for doctors, nurses, administrators, handling those people who need to be treated, some who need to be admitted, some who even have to be transferred to more serious trauma facilities in Central Florida to get the care that they need. We talked to people this afternoon, and they say they're just glad they made it.
I'm alive, and I'm thankful that I'm alive. Praise the Lord.
Susan Zeller is a survivor. She suffered some gashes on her leg from flying glass when her windows and roof came crashing in. But Susan knows some of her neighbors did not survive, and she considers herself blessed.
It's devastating that this could happen, yes.
So now you just got to put your house back together, right?
Yes, repair the house. Houses can be repaired, bodies cannot be.
Few stitches, small laceration, not involving the deep tissues.
Dr. Edgardo Rivera is the head of disaster medicine for Florida Hospital. He says the tornadoes could not have come at a worse time, early morning, with small ER staffs. But fresh from a mock disaster drill 2 weeks ago, everyone was ready.
It helped a lot because many people had the procedures fresh in their minds and on what to do, and they performed pretty good.
Rebecca Torres still can't believe she got out of her home alive with just a few cuts on her legs. Her house is gone.
The wind pushed me and get to the floor, and all the glass of the windows, then on my back and in my legs, and then the door of my bedroom fell on me.
Getting an unexpected trip to the ER was volunteer firefighter Robert Lehman, who was helping storm victims, fell on loose debris and broke his ankle.
Yeah, there is a lot to do out there. I mean, we try to get out there and help the people as much as we can without hurting ourselves. But, I mean, sometimes that's just not the case, so.
Inside each ambulance and paramedic unit was a different story of grief, but similar stories of relief that these people survived. Now, at this hour, at least 32 people have been admitted to hospitals, at least for overnight observation. 5 of them to 7 of them are critical, and about 5 to 7 of them also are children under the ages of 12. We're going to be monitoring that situation as we go through the night here, but you have to imagine those numbers are going to possibly go up with more injuries being brought to the hospitals as people get hurt while they're trying to clean up all the mess. We're live in Kissimmee. Greg Fox, News Channel 2.
Thanks, Greg. Before that tornado landed in Osceola County, one landed in Seminole County.
There, it kind of cut a path of destruction from Sanford to Longwood. News Channel 2's Dave McDaniel is live in Longwood now, and he's got an update for us. Dave.
Actually, John, we are in South Sanford. We're in Seminole County. They're still waiting for the arrival of Governor Lawton Chiles and his entourage. He will tour the area hardest hit in Seminole County, which is South Sanford Avenue, the area just behind me. And when you look at some of the pictures from late last evening and early this morning, it's a scene that many people can't believe. The tornado blew apart everything in its path. Homes virtually exploded. They were leveled. People were left homeless immediately. The damage was not as widespread as a hurricane, but in many ways, it was much stronger. Emergency managers estimate the force of the winds at 200 miles per hour plus. Nothing in the path of the storm made it without severe damage. The search for victims lasted most of the day. 2 missing children were found before noon. Neither of them survived. For every story of despair, there were stories of hope.
Well, it just come a bad puff of wind and just kept on for about a half an hour.
Hubert Maples lost a good part of his house. His stepdaughter feels lucky she can still visit and hopes she can convince him to move in with her.
We didn't know it was this bad. We went back to bed, and my brother woke me up this morning, and we came down and saw the devastation, and a couple of the neighbors didn't make it, so it's just unbelievable.
This family lost its home, but they know they saved what's most important.
I don't understand how we stuck it out in a 10 by 65 trailer and it stayed there, and a 100-year-old house blew away and we can't even see any of it. It's amazing. You shouldn't even have been here.
Some families were actually blown out of their homes, but miraculously managed to survive. Other families are now incomplete. The young and old were equally mistreated by Mother Nature. 30 people were treated in area hospitals. This neighborhood may never get back to normal. The people living here will never forget. And those people will have a dusk to dawn curfew starting this evening as the sun sets. The perimeter will go up. If you're not living there, if you don't belong there, if you don't have work to do in the affected area in Seminole County, you will not be allowed in. To go along with that, there are the other things that are in play. People will be told to watch out for unscrupulous contractors, and also anybody who wants to do any price gouging will not be able to do it here. Part of that curfew is extra penalties for people who engage in that type of practice. Reporting live in Seminole County, Dave McDaniel, News Channel 2.
Dave, thanks a lot.
It looked like a giant hand just pushed the roofs off the building at the Country Garden apartment complex in the Orange County city of Winter Garden.
Take a look at this video right now. It'll be hard to believe that everyone escaped injury. Nobody killed over there, but residents and survivors over there do talk about a terrifying night as those tornadoes came through. Many say they held on for dear life, almost sucked right out of their apartments. Some of those folks sought refuge in their bathtubs in an attempt to save themselves. We have News Channel 2 Sally Kidd, who is live over there right now with more of these incredible stories of survival. Sally.
Well, John, what you're looking at right now behind me is what's left of someone's bedroom and closet. And just a couple of minutes ago, the folks who live there got a ladder and climbed up there in a desperate effort to try to retrieve some of their belongings. And they were quickly told by police officers here at the scene that they had to get down, that this is a dangerous situation. I want to direct your attention to some of the activity here still going on that building. About an hour ago, fire crews started picking through the ruins of that building by hand in one last attempt to try to locate anybody who might have been overlooked. We're told that everyone here at the Country Gardens apartments is accounted for, but you can see they have a crane. They have been lifting big chunks of wall and chunks of concrete, and they've got a delicate operation there really just to make sure that everybody is accounted for. I want to show you some of the video from a couple of miles away at a mobile home park. This is the Orange County mobile home community, and what you're looking at is twisted and tangled massive aluminum and debris. That is what's left of a 70-year-old woman's home. She was actually inside that mobile home when the tornado picked it up, turned it around, and flipped it over onto her neighbor's home. And unbelievably, she actually survived that. We're told that she is in critical condition at a local hospital. Her daughter told us that she desperately wants to thank a man named Bob, who she credits with saving her mother's life.
And he saw the damage, and he came by and yelled if there was anybody in there. And my mom called out, "Yeah, I'm here." He pulled her out and took her right to the hospital.
And again, back here at Country Gardens Apartments, the Apopka police officers have just arrived on the scene. They are here standing watch and making sure that none of these residents cross this yellow tape and try to retrieve their belongings. And all day long, you know, residents here, once the shock and disbelief wore off, they were just desperate to get inside their homes and try to retrieve some of their belongings, but again, they will not be allowed in because this is a very dangerous situation. Governor Childs was here along with a couple of senators, U.S. Senator Connie Mack. Governor Childs took a brief tour of the area along with FEMA and the state's emergency director. They took a look at the damage and said that they are, of course, working to get assistance to these folks. And again tonight, a curfew will be in effect here from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. Nobody will be allowed into this area. Indeed, a terrible day for residents here at Country Gardens Apartments. We're live at Country Gardens Apartments. Sally Kidd, News Channel 2.
Sally, thanks a lot.
Now, the damage was also significant in Volusia County.
News Channel 2's Shannon Fitzpatrick is standing by live over there and continues our team coverage for us. Now, Shannon.
That's right. The cleanup is well underway here in Daytona Beach. We're just off of Bevel Road where the twister cut a path of destruction through a professional plaza, a subdivision, and a mobile home park. But this was not the only area affected in Volusia County.
Yeah, High Ridge Estates, and it's a disaster.
Like so many others, residents in the High Ridge Estates subdivision say a twister slammed through their neighborhood like a freight train, giving them very little time to react.
Train, and I didn't know what was happening, so I looked out the window, and I mean, it was like so windy outside you couldn't see. Everything was just blowing everywhere.
Well, it's a warning. I go get Mom and Dad out of the trailer, take them over there, and shortly after that, everything just started vibrating, and we headed for the bathroom, and about that time we heard tin flying everywhere.
This pile of rubble used to be a mobile home. Unfortunately, one of the owners didn't survive. Mark Price and his fiancée, Jennifer Johnson, were inside the mobile home when it collapsed. Friends say Johnson was lucky to make it out alive.
She was in the closet, begging him to get in the closet. She had him by the hand, and she said the next thing she remembered, she woke in the street.
There isn't much left where this mobile home once stood, but neighbors say they will continue to search for anything to help keep Mark's memory alive.
We're just basically trying to find anything we can for her, for memories.
Dozens of other homes in the area were damaged and rows of trees snapped like toothpicks. Neighbors say despite the death and destruction, they will pull together. Now, while the death and destruction is not as bad here in Volusia County compared to so many other counties that we have seen today, police will still be keeping a very close watch on the affected areas here to keep looters and looky-loos out. Reporting live in Volusia County, Shannon Fitzpatrick, News Channel 2.
Shannon, zero tolerance is what we're hearing on those fronts, and that's a good deal. Thanks. Well, we talked about, we've been hearing all day about the damage across the Central Florida area. We have some numbers we're going to be giving you here in just a little bit, things on how to make sure you don't get taken by an unscrupulous contractor, other numbers you can call depending on what area that you live in and the kind of help that you might be seeking.
But first, we're going to go out to Jackie West, who is standing by live in Osceola County with some breaking news.
That's right. Well, Wendy, the breaking news out here is that the management, FEMA, continues to clean up after what happened last night. And you can see behind me that the phone companies have stepped forward to start making some repairs. They're trying to get some communication back to some of the facilities out here to assist in taking care of business out here. Many stories from out here today. We've talked to several people. We talked to a gentleman who was trapped inside a tent inside the Ponderosa RV park. He actually went airborne. And he broke his arm. He said that he was fortunate to get out, that probably the best part about his location was that he was close to the ground. We also talked to a Canadian couple. You'll be hearing from them a little bit later on, but we talked with a Canadian couple who were fortunate to get out alive. They did lose their friends. There was a dog that was recently pulled. He had broken paws, and so people continue to come out of there. We understand the Sheriff's Department is telling us there are people still back there, people that are alive that are unwilling or unable to get out of their trailers, and they're asking that they stay there until they can certainly get some help and that FEMA can get back there to get them out. We do understand that they're still trying to get back into some of the muddied waters back there, that they fear that there could be bodies still inside the muddied water back behind the Ponderosa RV community.
Thanks a lot for that update, Jackie, from Osceola County right now.
Well, of course, the Red Cross is one of the first places people turn to for help, and in the aftermath of a storm system that came through last night like that one, of course, the Red Cross is going to need all the help that they can get.
And if you would like to help the tornado victims, you can contact the local chapter of the Red Cross, the number 1-800-HELP-NOW. There's going to be a recorded message when you call to help direct you to the area that nearest you, which is in the biggest need of help. The Red Cross is especially in need of volunteers and money, and all the money will be kept here in Central Florida to help our local residents, our neighbors. Again, the number 1-800-HELP-NOW, and we're going to repeat this number throughout the evening. Grab a pencil. Tonight at 7 o'clock, we're going to bring you the latest information in a News Channel 2 Storm Team special report on the night of destruction. We're going to have live reports from our Storm Team reporters across Central Florida. We're also going to give you more information on how you can help all the victims of tornadoes. And Central Florida has now had more than a dozen tornadoes since November. That is well over the average for this time of year. There is an average of 97 tornadoes in a year in Florida. 68 of them happened between March and June. Only 8 happened in the winter months, and we've had at least a dozen we were talking about last night, one night alone.
And typically, you know, we understand, Dave Marsh is joining us here, that typically a tornado will touch down for maybe 30 seconds. In an extreme sense, maybe 3 minutes. And these really went for mile after mile after mile.
Yes, it's all relative, but Florida tornadoes are known to be the weaker of all the tornadoes reported around the country. You have to think about the middle portion, the plains, where they really have the strong tornadoes. And we matched them, no question about it, early this morning and late last night with some very strong tornadoes, strong winds. And as we recall, F4s, which are almost at the top of the list there in terms of strength, the winds are very, very strong. And it looks like we're clear for the rest of the week, however. But let's go back to the Storm Center with Brad Nitz. He has a little bit more for us.
Well, and of course, through the night last night, we were continuing to watch the developing situation and tracking some of those tornadoes as they were on the ground and pointing out the locations where the tornadoes were occurring and where we expected those to be. And we have some very impressive pictures of what we were looking at with tornadoes on the ground on live Super Doppler 2. This was last night. This is not a current picture, and this is at 11:50 p.m. in Winter Garden, where the tornado did extensive damage there southeast of Lake Apopka. We have one person that was killed. This is Seminole County at 12:30 a.m., 11 killed as that tornado moved through Sanford and Midway in Seminole County. And then at 12:50 this morning, 12:50 a.m., the tornado in Osceola County there east of Kissimmee near the Turnpike, and 21 people were confirmed dead from that tornado alone in Osceola County. So as you can see, with live Super Doppler 2, we were tracking these tornadoes on the ground. Obviously now there's a totally different picture out there. Here's a look now at live Super Doppler 2, and things have quieted down quite a bit. In fact, we'll have clearing skies through the night, no precipitation expected for the next several days, and the windy conditions we have now are expected to decrease. And with more on our forecast locally, Dave Marsh is standing by in the studio with a look at that forecast. Dave?
Well, it's certainly looking a lot better, but anything is going to be a lot better than what we experienced early this morning. And overnight tonight, again, the skies will be clearing. We've had a little bit of low cloudiness today, but overnight it should be clear. We're seeing a lot of stars out there. And for the early morning hours, the winds will be a little bit brisk, around 15 miles per hour, but that's less than what we experienced so far today. And it's going to be turning a lot to colder. Temperatures are going to be down around 50 degrees for tomorrow morning. Here's the combination that helped create our problems early this morning. Again, we've had a cold front to the west. This was last night, of course, a low-pressure system over Alabama and Mississippi, the trailing cold front, a warm front extending off to the east, and that was pushing back to the north. On the head of the cold front, we had the strong southerly winds. You recall that yesterday, and that brings a lot of moisture up this way. And on top of all this, we have the jet stream as that cut across, and those winds were around 130 knots. So we had all the factors there that were required for this. And, of course, with the overnight, the low taking off toward the northeast, a cold front passes through. The jet stream, the center of it anyway, just the core of it, just moves a little bit more to the north, but essentially it's still there. But we don't have the other factors, the cold front, the low pressure system. Even though the low has moved far enough away, it's still strong enough to produce that steep, what we call pressure gradient, which gives us the strong winds across Florida. But as it continues to move farther away from Florida, those winds will be decreasing, and that's exactly what's going on right now, and that'll continue overnight. This was early this morning. The line, the sphere of thunderstorms had just passed over central Florida, heading out to sea and also down into the south and clearing out throughout the rest of the southeastern United States. And that is a welcome sight to see all of that. leave. And the cloud cover, the same thing. Of course, when all of that pushed out to sea, we see a little bit of low cloudiness coming in behind, but this is no threat here. We've been looking up at this all day long. That will be clearing tonight, and again, we will be in fine shape. This is a water vapor image. It shows us the water vapor in the upper portion of the atmosphere. The darker areas represent the dry air. We can see the slot of dry air here wrapping around the low pressure system, and that moves toward the east over the northern part of Florida, and that's what we're going to be seeing here for the rest of this week is mostly dry air, and that's really the break that we need. Well, for tomorrow anyway, I've talked about overnight. Tomorrow we should continue to see, well, after today, some sunny skies. The high temperature at 70 degrees, and the winds will be from the northwest at about 15 miles per hour. And you speak of irony, or perhaps just bad timing. Every year, the National Weather Service has a severe weather awareness week to make people aware of. Today was the first day.
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
No.
Now, you've been down here for nearly 30 years. Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, this is the worst. This is clearly, I've never been more afraid myself, and that includes all the hurricanes that I've covered and the other tornado situations. You just listen to the winds out there and wait for those sounds that just don't sound right, and it is scary. I can understand how all those people are feeling out there.
Dave, we keep attributing this to El Nino. When are the effects of El Nino finally going to go away? Do we know?
Well, it is weakening, believe it or not, and we expect it to go through the spring and maybe the very early part of summer, which may have an impact on the first part of the hurricane season. But certainly, I don't think we can attribute any particular event to El Nino, but we can overall, if any of this makes sense. The El Nino still is in effect. The storm tracks are still well to the south. The jet stream, as I just indicated, is well over the southern tip of Florida and very, very strong. And that's why we've seen the same pattern. We just happened to get the right combination this morning to produce those tornadoes. But it's been very close the last couple of storm systems we've had.
Right. So we're just lucky it didn't happen more
Exactly.
than once. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Thanks, Dave. We'll check back with you.
Well, of course, debris down power lines closed several roads around central Florida, including Highway 50 between Ocoee and Winter Garden. There's a map right there that you can see, basically starting at Marshall Farms and West 50 all the way into the Oakland area at the Florida Turnpike and West 50, closed in both directions. So if you have to head in that direction, you're going to need to find an alternate route. We recommend that you take the East-West Expressway as far as you can in that direction, or the Florida Turnpike. Now, we do know that the tolls have been, they are no longer in effect on the Turnpike. You're not going to have to pay tolls if you're traveling in that direction on the Turnpike, but the tolls are still in effect in that area on the East-West Expressway. And for the latest on that information, let's go to Donna Morehouse.
John and Wendy, this is how quickly that information is changing. We just received word from our Sky 3 airplane flying over it. West Highway 50 has just been reopened, so great news for folks that have to travel out to Ocoee and Winter Garden. West Highway 50 has been reopened in both directions. Now westbound there's a 1.5 mile delay, but eastbound only a 1/4 mile. Traffic is starting to move. Unfortunately, Boggy Creek Road is still completely closed from Osceola Parkway to 192. Your best bet, use Osceola Parkway eastbound to the Turnpike. You can go down south there to Interchange 244 and route back over to 192 to avoid that situation. And Neptune Road's been reopened from Main Street in Kissimmee to Parton Settlement Road on the south end of town, but it's single laning, so that's still a good place to avoid. On the north end, Sanford Avenue closed between Lake Mary Boulevard and Lake Jessup. 1792 is a great alternate to Sanford. It goes all the way up north. It changes names to French Avenue, but it runs parallel to Sanford Avenue in that part of town. I'm Donna Morehouse, Metro Traffic for News Channel 2.
Thanks a lot, Donna.
You're welcome, Wendy.
Well, we understand the governor, of course, has left Osceola County. That was his first stop. He has moved now to Seminole County.
News Channel 2's Brett Scott is there live right now. Brett? And we're looking at the governor right now. He is with the Senator Connie Mack. He's also with Lieutenant Governor Buddy McKay and Congressman Bill McCollum. He flew in this morning from Washington, where he was meeting at the White House with a bunch of other governors from around the country. And now he's going to make a statement about what he's seen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the governor here, and also we have Congressman Bill McCollum and Senator Connie Mack and representatives from FENA. The governor and this team have been around looking at the whole area, and they're going to have some brief comments and then also take any questions if you have them.
The James Lee Witt is down from FEMA. We've had a chance to go into Osceola County and in Orange County, and now in Seminole County. We've not had a chance really to tour here yet. My understanding is that we now have 38 confirmed deaths, We still have some people missing, and of course we have a number of people injured. Obviously this is a very, very major series of tornadoes, devastating storm, caused tremendous loss of life, a lot of injuries, and an awful lot of people have lost their property, and it's a Andrew in a different sort of smaller scale, but a major, major storm. We feel for all of the people. Hopefully, I'm delighted to hear that we're getting a lot of response. We hope to continue to do that. I think James Lee Witt can announce the disaster declarations that we've asked him for, and we just tell the people that we are going to try to give them as much help as we possibly can. Obviously, we can't restore any lives, but hopefully we are going to try to help people as quickly and as much as we possibly can. James Lee, you might just tell them about our disaster declaration, and then we'll...
Thank you. On behalf of President Clinton, all of us at FEMA, our thoughts and prayers are with those families who have lost their loved ones and have lost everything they've worked all their life so hard for. But we're here in support of Governor Childs and the state and local government, and we want to thank all the fire services and all organizations that have worked so hard through the night and law enforcement. But Governor Childs asked for 14 more counties to be added to the individual assistance declaration, and we have added those 14 counties as of now to include this county and Seminole County, and Joe Myers has the list of all the counties that was requested, and he can share those with you later, and we'll be here to support whatever request the governor needs.
First of all, I want to say how impressed I am with the way the state and the federal government has worked together here in a very, very short period of time. James Lee Witt, director of FEMA, with the governor, the resources coming together. I think they're doing an incredible job. There are two aspects, though, I think, to any disaster. One that seems to get a lot of focus, a lot of attention, because it's something that's physical, can be seen, the damage that's done to buildings. Obviously, that's we're reacting to that very quickly. But one of the things that struck me as we went around and toured was the damage done to the individual. And I'm talking as much about the mental strain that people are experiencing. Almost seeing some people who almost seemed like to be in shock. They didn't know where the next meal was going to come from. There are people, there are volunteers all over the area that are coming out, and again, very gratifying to see how people are helping one another. Director Witt gave me a number here that for individuals looking for assistance, either through FEMA or SBA, 1-800-462-9029. Again, 1-800-462-9029. Again, I think people have reacted very, very rapidly, and I'm very pleased to see that.
I'm Bill McCollum. I used to represent Seminole County. I don't anymore. It's John Micah's district, but I've lived here a long time, and I've never seen in Central Florida, between Osceola, Orange, and Seminole counties, any worse devastation. I've watched it, looked at it today, and my heart goes out, as does everyone here, to the families of the loved ones who are lost and injured in this great disaster in our area. I'm very appreciative, as all of you are, for the work that's being done by many of the volunteers and the law enforcement people. And besides the human side of this tonight, we know that many law enforcement people are going to be standing guard to prevent looting and to protect what property can be protected. So it's a team effort, and the best in human nature and the worst sometimes comes out in these disasters. God only knows the reason why, but we're here with our prayers. Thank you.
SBA has a number they want to give too.
It's the same number that you had before. Same number you had before for FEMA. That number starts the process not only for FEMA's assistance, but also for SBA. And we're going to provide the long-term, low-interest loans for recovery purposes for not only small businesses, but also individual homeowners and renters. Again, the same number, 469-9029, 1-800-462-9029.
Sorry about that. Questions?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yes,
Governor, we've seen a lot of people who tonight who are worried about their property. They want to stay home and guard against looters. We understand it's getting very cold tonight. Would you urge people to go to shelters?
I think people should go to shelters. We are going to have a lot of law enforcement personnel. We've talked with all of the sheriffs in the area so far, bringing in additional personnel where they're requesting it. I think we can take care of that, and we certainly will try to. I hope people will go to shelters. I think so, yeah.
Governor Childs giving a news conference. He says he compared the damage here to that of Hurricane Andrew. Obviously stunned, the look on his face, he was stunned by the damage he'd seen.
When we first saw him in Osceola County earlier, the first thing that he said was, I haven't had a chance to look around yet. Obviously, from the expression on his face, the other politicians that were joining him today is one of being stunned. You can't help but be stunned, and we've heard time and time again from our reporters today, once you get out there and you actually see it. They talked about the fact that 14 other counties have now been sort of added to the list that are requesting some form of relief, and they gave out a telephone number, which you see at the bottom of the screen right there. That is a federal disaster assistance number from not only the Federal Emergency Management Agency, but also the Small Business Administration. There it is, 1-800-462-9029, and they are already encouraging people to pick up their phones and call that number.
Right, earlier today we heard a report that they're already writing some checks, so the sooner you call the better, and be persistent, because the number's probably going to be busy.
Let's move on now. Brevard County was also hit by the storm. No lives were lost over there, but some significant damage.
News Channel 2's Dan Bello continues our live storm team coverage now. Dan?
Wendy, we're live in Titusville at the site of what was a pretty close call. This is the Rowan household right here, and if you take a look at that house, the whole roof gone. There's a big front porch that they have as well, held up by 4 pillars. Those 4 pillars down right on the front lawn. They've been cleaning up here all day, and this is what it looks like in a number of places around Brevard County, but nowhere was the damage worse than in Port Canaveral.
I heard a lot of water running, and I looked up and ceiling tiles are hanging, and I looked up and I could see the sky.
Ray Casella may have to close his bait shop and restaurant. Much of the roof was blown off. He has no insurance. His 10 employees may be out of work. A half-dozen other businesses at Port Canaveral were also damaged or destroyed, and boats were blown about and toppled like toys.
Smell of smoke in the structure. We're not sure what it is yet.
In the midst of all this, there was a fire call from one of the businesses in the damaged area. This time, luckily, there was no damage. It appears the same storm that hammered the port had hopscotched across Merritt Island earlier. No one was hurt there. And the story was similar in Titusville, where residents say a tornado knocked over trees and ripped off a roof. But again, residents escaped unhurt.
And my kids were upstairs rooms, and we yelled down for them to come down, and we met them halfway up the stairs, and nobody was hurt.
The damage total in Brevard County, according to emergency management officials here, about $1.4 million. There's about 4 places in Brevard County that got hit like this, just sort of glancing blows. Through it all, somewhat surprisingly, one of the more remarkable stories here, no one in Brevard County hurt at all. We're live in Titusville. Dan Billow, News Channel 2.
And on top of that, Dan, Indialantic hit by 2 tornadoes in the last few days.
And that's a good point. It kind of all started off about 5:30 yesterday with Indialantic's 2nd tornado in the week.
It's crazy weather time. Thanks a lot. According to an assessment by the American Red Cross, more than 336 homes were destroyed in Central Florida. 64 apartments were also destroyed or severely damaged in Orange County alone. 103 homes sustained major damage across the area, and at least 50 more have minor damage.
It goes without saying that hundreds of people, hundreds of families now are going to have to rebuild after all of this damage.
There are some who will try to take advantage of their misfortune. State officials say you need to be on guard. Consumer officials say make sure the contractor you're looking to hire is licensed and registered with the state. Those numbers can be found on his vehicle and his contracts. Hiring an unlicensed company could bring you a big mess. Experts say don't simply open the phone book to find a good company. Ask friends and folks in the know for recommendations. And in that same vein, before you hire, ask for references. Finally, when you get that insurance money and it's time to pay, don't pay up front. Experts prefer the split. Pay 1/3 up front, 1/3 when they're halfway done, and the final 1/3 when the job is completed to your satisfaction. Here's a phone number that could really help you. If you want to find out if a contractor is licensed, the number to call is 904-487-1395.
An indispensable number for folks to use. Let's go ahead, head back out now to Winter Garden, where Ed Highland is standing by live. Ed.
Some very different numbers for you. Here at the Garden Apartments, we are off of Highway 50 and 545. We've got 11 buildings that were completely destroyed here, like the one behind me. Fire officials still poking through some of the rubble out there. Some of the residents we spoke with said that they had seen or been through a hurricane, but this was just as bad, and in some cases, it was worse. A dishwasher sits high on a pile of rubble, what was the second floor of an 8-apartment unit. Intermixed with the splintered beams and plaster, the tornado muscled in several cars and an airboat. From this pile of rubble, a window survived, the escape hatch for Gilbert Munoz and his family.
I did see everything that happened. I was trying to reach for my kids, and I felt things falling on my head, on my back, and all over. I mean, I also felt banging, bouncing around the rooms and all that, so it was real, pretty ugly situation, and I mean, hard.
Amazingly, the Munoz's injuries were among the worst suffered here at Country Garden Apartments. Amazing because of the extensive damage suffered here and the number of near misses.
My wife was listening to the humming, and she says that's a strange noise, so I told her, get away from the window. In that instant, the branch broke in through the wall.
Pushed by the wind, I couldn't move. And then some like firecrackers on the roof just went.
And more evidence of the storm's strength. A semi ended up in this parking lot, but it was picked up and bounced here, some 200 feet from where its owner originally left it. But for some, the real impact of what they'd survived didn't hit until they saw what little was left.
But we're alive, right, kid?
That's right.
That's what counts, man. That's all that really counts at this point.
Now, Mr. Ferguson, the last gentleman there, is among those who are taking several $100s that the apartment has put up for them to try and find other accommodations for the next couple of days. There's no place for them to live here. Other folks, in some instances, are doubling up. Residents are being extremely kind and opening their doors to their neighbors in some instances. At this point, we're told everyone has found some type of shelter. The Red Cross is also helping out. There's going to be a curfew in effect for Ocoee and Winter Garden, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., so that this area will be completely sealed off. People that are not supposed to be here will be kept out. We're live in Winter Garden. Ed Highland, News Channel 2.
Thanks a lot, Ed. Night is coming fast. Just a reminder right now, tomorrow, the following schools will reopen in Orange County: Tildenville Elementary, Dillard Street Elementary, and Lakeview Middle School. And in Osceola County, you need to call before you show up tomorrow, because some of those schools are still closed tomorrow. In the aftermath of all these tornadoes, you can be sure the Red Cross will need all the help that it can get.
If you would like to help some of those tornado victims, here's what you can do is call the Red Cross at this toll-free number. It's 1-800-HELP-NOW. What you'll hear is a recorded message when you call to help direct you to the area that's nearest you that needs your help. The Red Cross is especially in need of volunteers and, of course, monetary donations. We've talked about disposable diapers, also a big item in need. All the money that you donate is going to stay right here in Central Florida, and it's going to help local residents who were devastated by all of this activity yesterday. The number, one more time, is 1-800-HELP-NOW, and as we've talked about earlier, over the last several weeks, the Red Cross has spent about $1 million, so they really are in need of all the help that they can get. So 1-800-HELP-NOW is the number to call.
Right, folks. They estimate that it's going to take $300,000 to take care of the people that were hurt by this disaster. By early this morning, several counties in Central Florida had been declared state disaster areas.
Florida's Emergency Operations Center up in Tallahassee is now going around the clock to provide that much-needed relief. We have News Channel 2's Capitol Bureau reporter Jeff Hager. He's live in Tallahassee with more now on the fallout from this storm. Jeff.
Well, there's no question it's our tax money, but Florida lawmakers here at the Capitol decided to spend everything when they built their Emergency Operations Center with hurricanes in mind. Now it appears that center is paying huge dividends in the aftermath of what they're calling Florida's worst tornado disaster on record. These images from a home video tell the story of the Coniglio family, a family making its way north on I-75 after a high school rowing meet in Sarasota when a violent gust of wind swept them off of the interstate.
It started swaying, and I said, "This is bad. It's bad. It's going to be bad."
I looked back in the side mirror and saw the trailer come around the right-hand side of us. I buried my head in the seat.
The Coniglios survived, but Craig Fugate of Florida's Bureau of Preparedness and Response says later conditions worsened, making it virtually impossible for many others in Central Florida to escape with their lives.
In within a period of an hour, we had 29 fatalities. The National Weather Service is basically saying this is the worst tornado outbreak ever in the history of Florida.
State emergency managers say the bulk of the tornadoes, high winds, and flooding all hit Florida at absolutely the worst possible time in the middle of the night.
The National Weather Service had the entire state at some point under tornado watches. This was a well-forecast event. The warnings were issued. The problem is people are in bed asleep.
If you're wondering whether the worst of the danger posed by El Nino is over, emergency managers say this is just the beginning. They point out Florida is just now moving into its severe weather season, and the Coniglio family lived to talk about their own introduction.
I'd say it was a miracle.
And while forecasters say there's no way to predict whether tornadoes will surface again to this degree, they say severe thunderstorms, rain, and flooding are all but guaranteed in the weeks to come. Of course, that death toll has continued to climb, or creep, I should say, over the last 24 hours. And emergency managers say when this hit at around midnight, many people were asleep. If they had spent a little bit of their own money on these national severe weather radios that go off every time there's a tornado watch or warning, it might have awoken them during the night and may have saved their life. They call it an investment we can't afford not to take. Reporting live at the Capitol, Jeff Hager, News Channel 2.
That is advice a lot of folks will no doubt be heeding from here on out. Jeff, thanks a lot. The death toll from last night's storm we now have confirmed at 35, and that exceeds the number of weather-related deaths all across Florida in all of 1997. Lightning, floods, and rip currents killed 21 Floridians last year, and as we just mentioned, 35 people lost their lives during last night's storm system, and that is a count that is very likely going to climb.
We saw just a few moments ago that Governor Childs has arrived in Seminole County.
We have Brett Scott stationed over there with more on that. Brett, go ahead.
Governor will now be going out on a tour of the devastated area here. Again, a 9-mile stretch hit by this tornado that has been classified as an F4 or an F5 tornado. Those two categories, the largest tornadoes that you will see. The governor will be out. He will take a look at the damage, and then hopefully he will meet with us here later again. We've heard a lot of comparisons today between hurricanes and tornadoes. In actuality, the two storms are so very different, although the devastation they leave behind can be so very similar. Now, most of the victims here that I spoke with today have been through a hurricane. These tornado victims have been through a hurricane. They told me, though, that they can't even begin to describe what it was like going through a tornado. We know it is the most powerful storm on the face of the earth. And when the big ones hit, they hit hard. And unlike a hurricane, they dart in, they dart out. They're here, and then they're gone. It's a tornado's calling card. Hit and miss. Nothing is left of this home just southeast of Sanford Airport. But just 50 yards down the street, a one-story brick home still stands. The owners say it's because of the construction.
I have never experienced sheer terror that we experienced last night. It's indescribable.
As the Robs pick up the pieces, they count their blessings. They survived without a scratch. Their neighbors were not so fortunate. A man died here. His wife and daughter climbed through the rubble to safety.
Just the salt of the earth people, and I understand Richard's not, well.
Again, it's the calling card, hit and miss. A flower garden seems as though it wasn't even touched. Not far away, debris blows in the wind, looking like a flag that signals a surrender.
You know, we wandered around like lost souls. Well, what do? We didn't know what to do.
I've heard that so often here today. And some revised numbers from Seminole County. Again, 11 fatalities here, one person still missing, a 23-year-old woman. 321 single-family homes damaged, 42 destroyed, 18 commercial businesses also destroyed here, and property damage estimated now at $3.4 million. John, Wendy?
Brett, thank you very much. Of course, all this the result of a series of tornadoes that came through the area last night. No one really knows exactly how a tornado forms, but we do at least have a look at one theory. Before thunderstorms develop, winds coming from different directions collide and create an invisible horizontal spinning effect in the lower atmosphere. Rising air from the thunderstorm forms an updraft that tilts that rotating air from horizontal to vertical, forming a wide area of rotation, and that is what becomes a tornado. And by the way, that vertical area of rotations is sometimes called a rotating cloud wall. It's usually rain-free, even if there are some storms that surround it.
Now, tonight, victims of the storm have to worry about getting their lives back in order. If they own pets, there are 2 agencies that are volunteering to help.
These agencies will foster care for your animals while you try to get back on your feet for free. You can call the Florida Association of Kennel Clubs. The number is 1-800-597-2987. Let me repeat that, 1-800-597-2987. Or you can call the Seminole County Humane Society at 407-323-8685. Now, if you call the Humane Society, basically, you need to have done that before 5 o'clock tonight, so that number is really not good after 5 o'clock, but you can do it tomorrow, certainly. Those are the 2 numbers that you can call. Also, a number of places that you can drop off items for people who need them, whether or not it's food, clothes, diapers, baby food, sweatshirts, whatever. The Human Crisis Council has set up 2 locations in the Union Park area of Central Florida at 9311 East Colonial Drive, and also in northwest Orlando at 5514 Edgewater Drive. So 2 of many areas that you can drop off things that people are certainly going to be in need of now. You can also contact the local chapter of the Red Cross. That number is always going to be in effect for you. 1-800-HELP-NOW. You're going to get that recorded message. It will direct you to the area nearest you, people that need help. They are especially in need over at the Red Cross of money, of volunteers, so please keep that in mind. And also know that any money you donate to the Red Cross is going to be kept right here in Central Florida to help people that need it. The number one more time, 1-800-HELP-NOW.
And Chief Meteorologist Dave Marsh is here again to talk about what's to come. Hopefully we get at least a break while these people try to clean up.
Yes, this is one of the longest breaks coming up that we've seen in a long time in the series of storms that have passed over Central Florida. Unfortunately, the previous storms have not been this strong, but the combination really got together this morning and clearly gave us the problems that we had. And there's been a lot of talk also about the strength of the tornadoes, and we talk about the Fujita scale. Here's meteorologist Brad Nitz. He can help us out on that.
And Dave, of course, typically we have very weak tornadoes in this part of the country. In Florida, normally we have tornadoes on the lower end of the scale, categorized as an F0 or F1 tornado, with light to moderate damage, wind speeds from 40 to maybe 112 miles an hour. That's typical. And of course, this was anything but a typical event last night and early this morning. We're seeing widespread F3 damage with some isolated locations with F4 damage. So we're talking wind speeds on the order of 158 to 206 miles an hour for many locations. And as I said, some isolated spots with devastating damage of 207 to 260 miles an hour. And there are just no structures that can withstand the force from those types of winds. So this certainly comes as no surprise to anybody, a much stronger than normal event for this part of the country. The good news is that, as you can see on live Super Doppler 2, things have cleared out very nicely. We have clearing skies, no precipitation in the area, none expected, as Dave mentioned, a dry spell for the next several days. And Dave is in the studio with a little more on what's going on with our weather, what happened yesterday, and what our forecast is. Dave has all of that. Dave?
Thank you, Brad. And again, one point to remember about the Fujita scale, all the winds that are reported there for each particular level. These strong winds don't gradually build up. They happen in just a matter of seconds. That makes it all that more devastating. Well, that combination of factors got together over Florida this morning. First of all, surface winds out of the south, very strong. Of course, we've had a lot of moisture with that as well. The low pressure system up over Alabama, trailing cold front, the warm front to the east, that passed over. And of course, we have to have the jet stream in the upper atmosphere, and that's exactly where it is, and that's where the track has been for many weeks now, those storms tracking across the Gulf of Mexico and right over Florida. And that's why we've had, again, a period of rainfall, 2 or 3 days of good weather, another storm coming across. We've got a bigger break coming this time. This was last night. Of course, the cold front passes by. The jet stream moves a little bit more to the north there, at least the core of the jet stream. Our winds get around to the west and northwest. That's why it's going to be cooler and drier, and that's what a lot of us need right now. And of course, those winds will be dying down with the storm moving off further to the north. The further away it gets, the weaker the winds will be here in Central Florida. There's the lineup of showers and thunderstorms early in the day. Just have already passed over Central Florida, and they move on to the south. It clears out all of the southeastern United States. That's also reflected in the satellite coverage as well. The lineup of thunderstorms right here, you'll see it build up and then move on down to the south. A little bit of low cloudiness coming in from the west. Not a problem with that. We'll not be producing any rainfall. Here and there, it kind of blocks out the sunshine, but we'll be seeing mostly sunshine tomorrow. This should be clearing out later on tonight. Also, the water vapor image showing the dry air. The dark area is represented here coming into the southeast, and that will help us out as well. And this represents the dry air in the upper portion of the atmosphere. So everything now in our favor. Unfortunately, last night, this morning, was not. And the forecast, let's go through those. Overnight, it will be clear. A little bit colder, and it will be windy for the evening hours anyway. Northwesterly winds at 15 miles per hour, but that's weaker than today. And that low temperature at about 49 degrees, so mid-40s expected a little bit farther to the north. Tomorrow, sunny with a high of 70 degrees, and the winds northwest at 15 miles per hour. And that's exactly what we need, a sunny day. Boating forecast, well, northwest winds at 20 knots, the seas at 5 feet, so that's kind of rough out there. Surf at 1 to 2 feet. And, of course, in the middle part of the week on Wednesday, it will be sunny again. Cold morning and a very pleasant afternoon. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
I'd say a lot of people will be very happy to hear that. Thanks, Dave. It had to be the stuff of nightmares and horror films. Tornadoes ripped through neighborhoods in the middle of the night as many people slept. Two victims of last night's twisters tell their story from Osceola County.
What do I think about it? I want to stay in Ohio. I'm never coming back. I think we were blessed. We were lucky. We were two of the lucky ones. We have 2 of our 6 impaled through came from somewhere and impaled through the bathroom wall, which was just a short distance from our bedroom, and went all the way through the bathroom, took the cabinets off and everything.
It's just the Lord's blessing that we're here. It's terrible. Just a blessing, like I say, that we're still here. It's one mess down there. They're piled on top of each other. Our friend from Ohio came in yesterday, and they have a huge 36-foot Dynasty. It's turned over. The car's under it, and we can't find them. They got them out, and they took them somewhere.
We want to reiterate now some numbers that you can call if you need various kinds of assistance. There is a federal assistance number that we have been giving out, and people are being urged to go ahead and call that. That from James Lee Witt, the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. There's the number for you. It's 1-800-462-9029.
Also, we got a phone call from the folks at the Orange Orlando Humane Society. If you've lost your pet, they may be at the Humane Society shelter. The number there, 407-352-4390.
Also a number the consumers can use to find out if a contractor is licensed, also to find out whether or not a complaint has been issued against a contractor who may or may not approach you to rebuild. There are obviously people who want to take advantage of people in this time of need. This is a way to make sure that does not happen to you or someone you know. 904-487-1395.
And tonight at 7 o'clock, we're going to bring you the latest information on a News Channel 2 Storm Team special report called The Night of Destruction. We'll have live reports from our Storm Team reporters who fanned out across Central Florida. We'll also tell you how you can help victims of the tornadoes.
We'll show you some pictures now. This has been an amazing day as we have seen just what kind of destruction the series of tornadoes had in store for Central Florida. These pictures come from all across the state. This thing moved in off the Gulf. Oddly enough, however, one of the first hit areas was Volusia County. That was hit first. It kind of moved in a reverse direction, if you will, and then into Osceola County. These images, the most of which you'll see right now, are from Osceola County, where we now have confirmed at least 20 people were killed in last night's storms.
And the numbers continue to rise all day. News Channel 2 at 6 begins now.
This is News Channel 2, where the news comes first.
It's the worst tornado damage in Florida history. Hundreds of homes destroyed in Central Florida. Dozens of people lost their lives. Damage estimates in the millions.
It was a terrifying night for many people. They were...
Right, kid? That's what counts, man. That's all that really counts.
Terrifying night for a lot of people huddled together in bathrooms and closets while the tornadoes roared outside. Good evening, I'm Wendy Chioji.
I'm John O'Connor. This is the deadliest day of tornadoes in recorded history here in Florida. 36 people dead in 4 Central Florida counties. Perhaps the best perspective, of course, from all of this destruction is the view we get from the air. From Chopper 2, you can see that some neighborhoods were literally leveled. The roofs just ripped off of houses, automobiles tossed around. Around Central Florida, debris is everywhere. People woke up this morning to find their neighborhoods, their shopping centers completely obliterated. Some of their family, friends, and neighbors dead. Governor Childs has declared Central Florida a disaster area. The death toll has been rising throughout the course of the day. We now know that it stands at 35. In Volusia County, 1 person is dead, the resident of a mobile home park. In Seminole County, 11 people are confirmed dead. 1 tornado tore through an 11-mile stretch of Seminole County. In Orange County, 3 people lost their lives during last night's storm. And in Osceola County, the most devastation was concentrated there. At least 20 people were killed in Osceola County, most of those in the Buenaventura Lake subdivision and also at the Ponderosa RV and Mobile Home Park. We will begin our storm team coverage tonight with News Channel 2's Kathy Marsh, who is live in Osceola County now. Kathy.
John, we are at the Ponderosa RV Mobile Home Park, and now we can tell you that the death toll here has risen to 21. Within the past hour, they have pulled the body of an elderly woman and a baby from the rubble. I'm standing next to what used to be one of the stores that serviced the people who would come to this mobile home and RV park. As you can see, entirely destroyed. It was a Little Champ store. This is the exact location that Governor Chiles toured first this afternoon, a chilling sight. The governor walked along with a sadness in his eyes. Can it be again that Central Florida falls victim to Mother Nature?
You know, it just kind of seems that we keep getting these hits, you know, like, and why does it have to hit an RV park, you know? It could have gone on either side of it. This is where they get the worst devastation.
9 now confirmed dead among the demolished homes, 5 people still missing. One resident with his family in tow says he will never forget last night's horror.
I went through horror and I went through terror. I saw people trapped in the units. It was unamazing, and thanks to the recent training and the hazmat course that I took with the city of Kissimmee, I was able to keep myself calm and help people out. You know?
Debris removal begins at the nearby Circle K. They're trying to salvage what they can. And there are the stories of survival, a man who slept in a tent in the RV park who escaped what should have been death.
And that tent folded up, and we got airborne, and I just took the door out of a car with my shoulder that I broke. And it just blowed everything away. I mean, everything was just bent up, twisted around trees and everything else. But I've been in these things before, but nothing like this.
And Mr. Kelly will tell you very clearly that he believes he escaped what he said should have been death. He couldn't believe it when he awoke to find that he was okay in his tent, but all around him, homes, buildings destroyed, of course, like what you're seeing behind me with the grocery store. Again, this is the Ponderosa RV Mobile Home Park in Kissimmee, and now the death toll has risen here to 21. Within the past hour, they have removed the bodies of a baby and an elderly woman. Now they are still searching for what are believed to be 4 missing people. Reporting live in Osceola County, I'm Kathy Marsh, News Channel 2.
Kathy, thanks a lot. In Seminole County, meanwhile, 11 people were killed as a result of the storms, but that number too could rise.
As you can see from this shot taken from Chopper 2, tornadoes touched down in the community of Midway and near the city of Sanford. A man in Sanford says he heard a deafening sound, felt like a vacuum try to suck him out into the air, and he threw himself on top of his family. And this is what he saw when the sun came up. His story is a familiar one today. News Channel 2's Dave McDaniel joins us live now with more. Dave?
Right now, Wendy, Governor Lawton Chiles, U.S. Senator Connie Mack, and U.S. Representative Bill McCullum are out touring the damaged area in Seminole County. They've been all over Central Florida today, checking everything out. And one thing is for certain, they and the director of FEMA have seen nothing but one mess after another.
Intense. It's like a giant vacuum, man. It just took the roof right off, and I was just lucky I got all my kids in the closet. It was something else, I'll tell you that much.
So you did have all your children in a closet then?
Yeah, I got 3 children. I got a 5, a 4, and a 7-month-old baby. And my 7-month-old was in that bottom window right there.
Brett Bradley felt lucky. He saved the lives of his children and his own. He and others in Longwood got hit first, but not hardest.
The kids are there, the grandkids are there. We want to find out. That's what we want to do.
People hit by the storm quickly started the search for others. They were easily frustrated.
Our family is down here, and they're right by Lake Jessup. And these people aren't telling us.
Finally, for them, some good news.
And they said that on Lake Avenue on Pat, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
The news wasn't as bright for others. Some friends agonized over their missing friend. The search went on and on. Futility's not easy to take.
I got one car that's up in the trees, an antique Hudson that's up in the trees. And worst of all, I lost my neighbor.
one of the 11 people who died. It's never easy to say goodbye. The storm took so many, so early in life. Parents lost children, children lost parents. Many found it beyond belief that they survived it.
I didn't have time to get to the bathroom. It came in on top of me. The walls did before I could even get to the bathroom.
This is all that's left of this man's house. His entire family was inside. Somebody had to be looking out for them despite how it looks. The family horse was so seriously injured, they had to put him down. As darkness now falls in Seminole County, it means two things. One is the curfew will kick in. It is a dusk to dawn curfew. Only people who belong in the affected areas will be allowed in to make sure that nothing bad happens that hasn't already happened in those areas. The other thing it means is that the search for the one missing person in Seminole County will be called off. They're looking for a woman in her early 20s who has been missing. They will think that they know the area that she might be in, but so far there's just been too much damage and they haven't been able to search it thoroughly enough to find her. That search will start again at first light tomorrow morning. Reporting live in Seminole County, Dave McDaniel, News Channel 2.
Thanks a lot, Dave. More than 260 people have been brought into local hospitals for all kinds of injuries in the last 12 hours.
Here's a breakdown of the number of injuries at the various locations. At Osceola Regional Medical Center, 70 people were treated. Unfortunately, 2 of those did not survive. At Arnold Palmer Hospital, only 10 folks. Health Central in Ocoee treated 55 people. In Kissimmee, Florida Hospital, 38 folks came in. ORMC in Orlando, 19. Over 40 people in St. Cloud there at Orlando Regional Medical Center. Florida Hospital, East Orlando in single digits. And in Altamont, just 2 people. Sand Lake Hospital, only 1 person came in. At the South Seminole Hospital in Longwood, 10 people were treated, and then Columbia Hospital there in Sanford, 25 people came in seeking help for a variety of injuries. We have News Channel 2's Greg Fox. He is standing by live now, continuing our coverage. Greg.
Florida Hospital in Kissimmee is one of a dozen hospitals around Central Florida that have been working like MASH units all day long, with paramedics, nurses, and doctors handling the flow of patients coming in since early this morning, some as early as 1 o'clock this morning, and it was a continued flow all day. Even with the damage to homes being extensive, many people having lost their homes. On top of that, victims and their family members have to deal with their injuries. Now take a look at this videotape. You'll see the broken leg, right leg, of volunteer firefighter Robert Lehman. Now, he was trying to help victims at Ponderosa RV Park when he fell on loose debris. With paramedic units and ambulances coming and going all day long, some victims had broken bones or scrapes and cuts. Others were wheeled in with heart problems, revealing the strain of these storms on so many people's lives. Rebecca Torres lives in Lakeside and was lucky to get away with some cuts and bruises on her legs and a sore neck when her home collapsed.
We used to live in Puerto Rico, and you know that over there there's a lot of storms, but never compared with this. Never compared with this. It's the worst thing that we have experienced.
I'm alive, and I'm thankful that I'm alive. Praise the Lord. The glass shattered, and I heard this great big booming noise, sort of, and the glass shattered, and there was glass everywhere, and then it did it again.
That was Susan Zeller. She needed some stitches in her right leg cut by flying glass when her windows and roof came crashing in. She says lost property is bad, but her prayers go out to the families of those who lost their lives. In all, 32 people have been admitted to hospitals tonight, but that number could rise, as you would expect, as the search for victims of these storms continues across several counties. And also, it will be expected that some people will be hurt in the days ahead as they try to clean up across Central Florida. We're live in Kissimmee. Greg Fox, News Channel 2.
Greg, thanks a lot. We do not have, of course, an accurate damage estimate, but it is very safe to say that it is going to cost untold millions of dollars to rebuild all the homes that fell victim to the tornadoes.
In Osceola County alone, 150 homes were destroyed, 84 destroyed in Orange County, and damage done to another 166. More than 50 homes suffered some damage in Volusia County. Several businesses were also damaged. And in Seminole County, 4 homes were flattened. 3 more sustained major damage. An apartment complex was no match for the tornado or tornadoes that crashed through Winter Garden in Orange County. Chopper 2 shows the widespread damage in the Country Garden apartment complex. Miraculously, nobody here killed. Survivors talk about a terrifying night as tornadoes hit. Many said they were almost sucked out of their apartments. Some of them tried to get some refuge in their bathtubs in an effort to save their own lives. News Channel 2's Sally Kidd joins us live now from Winter Garden with the latest. Sally?
Well, Wendy, as we get close to nightfall here at the Country Gardens Apartments, work has already begun to try to secure these damaged buildings. They've boarded up the windows, they are boarding up and nailing doors, and they are putting up a fence here to try to keep people out and to also keep some of the debris that has been literally hanging from the gaping holes left by this tornado, to try to keep some of that contained. I want to show you what blew across our path just a few minutes ago. Obviously, somebody's cherished photo of their baby now scattered across the parking lot. All afternoon long, we've heard stories of survival from the victims of this tornado. One final tedious and delicate search for victims. The stories they tell recall the terror and their sheer instinct to survive.
I just grabbed her on top of me and we wedged ourselves and held on, and another 3 seconds and it would have sucked us. Well, we held as hard as we could. It was sucking us. It would have sucked us right out.
Rescuers say everyone at the Country Garden Apartments is accounted for. Everyone is alive. And that's amazing when you look at this. One building impaled by cars. Shannon Castro-Man says her family lost everything but their lives.
Well, my son was sleeping. I noticed the weather was kind of quirky, so I asked to put him in the bed with us, and then like 5 minutes later, we were running for the bathtub.
As shock gives way to reality, the frustration sets in.
They even told me that they were going to take me to jail because they wanted me to come down here, and I told them, I got to come down here. If you want to go take me to jail, come take me.
He and so many others desperate to see what, if anything, they can retrieve from the wreckage of their homes. A visit from Governor Childs brought words of comfort.
Our heart goes out to you in your loss, and we are going to try to help you now recover what you can. But of course, what some people have lost, there's no way that we can help.
And that is so true, but at least speaking for this apartment complex, nobody lost their life here. In fact, there weren't any real critical injuries. There were some injuries, but nothing too serious, and that's just amazing when you look at some of the video that we just showed you. Just a few minutes ago, I spoke with fire rescue crews who picked through a building one final time. And they say that that building did not turn up any victims, and that is also good news. And once again, a curfew in place here between dusk and dawn. We're live in Winter Garden. Sally Kidd, News Channel 2.
Thanks a lot, Sally. There were power lines and trees down across some of the major roads in our area, forcing detours.
Highway 50 heading out from Ocoee west toward the Oakland area was closed for most of the day, but we understand now within the past hour or so the westbound lanes have reopened, but there is about a 1.5 mile backup on State Road 50 heading out toward Oakland. Also, some school closings because of all the tornado damage and power outages today, as you would imagine. All the schools in Osceola County were closed. They will reopen tomorrow with a couple of exceptions. Cypress Elementary School is going to be closed tomorrow. Also, Gateway High School may also be closed if the power can't be restored over there by tomorrow morning. We've also learned that 3 Orange County schools that were closed today are going to be open in the morning. Those schools are Tildenville Elementary School, Lakeview Middle School, and also Dillard Elementary School. Once again, those 3 Orange County schools are going to be open tomorrow. Widespread damage also being reported today over in Volusia County.
Early this morning, cars and trucks were lifted off the ground and tossed around like they were toys. The driver of that truck was picked up 15 feet off the ground while he was still inside the cab. Luckily, he wasn't hurt, but as you can imagine, he was very shaken after that ordeal. Now we join News Channel 2 Shannon Fitzpatrick with more on the aftermath in Volusia County. Shannon?
It's been a very long and grueling day as well here for many residents, hundreds of residents in Volusia County. Now, hardest hit was western parts of Daytona Beach, where this storm started it very first hit last night. But most people here say they feel very lucky tonight.
Well, the roof is gone in the center, and it's ruined all the...
Reality is setting in for Gary Colton. He's just one of several homeowners in the Pelican Bay subdivision whose house has been condemned. Despite the devastating experience, Colton says he feels fortunate.
Because all I got was 2 little slices on the finger, and when you think about it, what came down in the center of that living room could have killed us easily.
The twister cut a vicious path of destruction in Daytona Beach along Bevel Road that started at the Professional Village, ripping apart several businesses. Word of Faith church members just celebrated a 5-month anniversary on Sunday. Now their building is gone.
it looks just like, you know, it just came straight for us, and there's not much you can do, but, you know, it's pretty sad. I mean, all the stuff that was used, like the sanctuary and everything, was just totally destroyed, and kind of the stuff in the back wasn't even touched, you know.
After the twister cut through Pelican Bay, it continued its wrath into the Colonial Colony South Mobile Home Park.
So I said if I can only stand up. But the next thing, the furniture was around me, the big drapes were on me, and the rain was coming in.
But some of the worst devastation was about 5 miles west of here at the High Ridge Estate subdivision, where one man was killed when his mobile home collapsed. Friends say his fiancée is very lucky to be alive.
She was in the closet, begging him to get in the closet. She had him by the hand, and she said the next thing she remembered, she woke in the street.
And we have some updated figures from the Volusia County Sheriff's Office tonight. Almost $7 million worth of damage in Volusia County. Almost 600 structures damaged. One person is dead, and one person is still missing in the Lake Harney area. Not the worst hit area in Central Florida, but definitely a substantial hit for Volusia County. Reporting live in Daytona Beach, Shannon Fitzpatrick, News Channel 2.
Thanks a lot, Shannon. Well, Brevard County was first hit by a tornado yesterday, early evening.
It touched down in Indy Atlantic. More than 20 homes were damaged there, and that was the second tornado in a week or so in that particular area. Also, severe thunderstorms caused more problems for folks over there. Damage estimates right now stand at $1 million. That will no doubt increase. Let's check back in with News Channel 2's Dan Billow, who has been live in Brevard County all day now. Dan.
John, we're live in Titusville, and the order of the night here in Brevard County, I think, was near misses. None, I think, were closer or nearer than at this home in Titusville in the Wendover area. Roof ripped right off the top of this very large upscale brick house. The kids' bedrooms are up there, and they were up there when the roof came off. They are okay. Another rather amazing story. While this storm was not deadly, it was destructive. This was part of the roof of Ray Casella's restaurant.
And I looked up, and ceiling tiles were hanging. I looked up, and I could see the sky.
Casella does not know when he'll be able to put his 10 employees back to work. His building has been condemned, and he has no insurance.
I don't know what to do. You know.
Will you be able to reopen?
If I can find some money somewhere.
Right now, all we're doing is assessing damages. We have to make sure all the boats are secure.
At the Cape Marinas boatyard, boats were knocked over like dominoes. Masts snapped in two. Paul Wenger lives in one of them.
It was just an incredible noise. I never heard anything like this before. And then the boat started to rock. And like I just braced myself. I thought it was going to go over.
3 trailers that serve as business offices in the port were knocked down or upside down. The sight might have been comical if it weren't so sad. Upside down on Merritt Island were 2 more roofs, one having landed in a neighbor's backyard. Repairs are underway, and everyone in Brevard County is thankful to have escaped the devastation that occurred to the west.
My daughter's room is the corner of the house that was blown off, and I was just lucky, you know, praise God that she wasn't hurt, that it could have been worse because the roof landed in my backyard, and maybe she could have landed in the backyard. So, you know, real lucky there.
The damage toll in Brevard County stands at $1.4 million now. There were 6 businesses in Port Canaveral that were damaged, including 2 that are closed, in addition to those that had their portable trailers knocked down. And Brevard County is also sending some people over to Osceola and Seminole counties to help out with the damage there. We're live in Titusville. Dan Billow, News Channel 2.
Help they can certainly use. Dan, thanks a lot.
Now, Dave, Chief Meteorologist Dave Marsh is here, and we've been saying this was the worst weather disaster ever to hit Florida in recorded history.
Well, in terms of tornadoes, yes, of course. Yeah, the hurricanes, we had plenty of those.
Right.
And this clearly was the most devastating in terms of tornadoes. Strong tornadoes that we don't see down here, and the number of tornadoes, and a little bit too early in the season to have this kind of activity, but obviously we had it. And it was a job tracking it all, but Brad Nitz was here early this morning and having his eye on live Super Doppler 2, and he's got some of the images from this morning to show you. Brad?
Right, through the night, last night, of course, was here and tracking these tornadoes on the ground with Super Doppler 2, and we have 3 of the hardest hit areas that we've saved some images from. This first one here is from Winter Garden at 3:50 yesterday evening, where we saw extensive damage and 1 person was killed. That's in the Winter Garden area. A little further to the north and east, and a little later at 2:30 a.m. in Seminole County there near Sanford and Midway. Some extensive damage there and 11 people killed. And then 20 minutes later at 12:50 a.m. to the south in Osceola County near Kissimmee and just off towards the east near the Turnpike, we were tracking another tornado on the ground. Now we have confirmed 21 deaths in association with the tornado in Osceola County. So we, of course, were here through the night last night and tracking these systems on the ground and trying to give everybody the best information on where the storms were and where they were headed. Right now, though, things have improved dramatically, of course, and we continue with the cleanup as we will continue to do for the next several days. Live Super Doppler 2 across the peninsula right now shows us that things are quiet. We have clearing skies in the forecast through the night tonight and into tomorrow, and no precipitation expected for the next several days. Dave Marsh is standing by in the studio with an explainer about how everything developed yesterday and also a look ahead towards the forecast. Dave?
Thank you, Brad. Yes, we are looking forward to some good weather here, not just for a couple of days, as we've had in the past after our storms, but for all of this week. It's looking pretty good into this upcoming weekend, although a little bit chilly, and they give us an opportunity to dry out here, and of course, and to pick up. Overnight tonight, the little bit of cloudiness that we've had today, that's going to go away. It'll be colder and windy for the evening hours, northwest at 15. Of course, that's not as strong as during the daytime. That low in the morning around 49, and again, cold mornings and rather warm, pleasant afternoons expected for the next few days. The combination of factors in our atmosphere to create this problem: strong upper winds, namely the jet stream. You see that running across. This was last night. The low pressure system right here, trailing cold front to the south, warm front to the east, and that allows this strong southerly winds with the moisture to kind of collect along these frontal zones, and with the support of the upper air, that kicks off these squall lines that develop ahead, and of course everything was tracking rather quickly off toward the northeast. That's what happened to the low pressure system. It's now along the mid-Atlantic coast. They're going to have some rotten weather. I hope not in the form of tornadoes, but I think certainly cloudy, rainy, and cold. The jet stream, the center of it, will be moving a little bit farther to the north, and we'll have west and northwesterly winds here, so things have cleared out nicely, and that's the way it is going to stay. We can see this dramatically, the lineup of showers and thunderstorms that cleared out rather quickly this morning off the southern tip of Florida, and what was north of us continued to move up the east coast. And the cloudiness reflects the same thing. Again, we see that line across central Florida, the clouds coming in behind the low. As it moves north, this just sort of wraps in behind it, and we'll move across rather quickly, and we'll be seeing a lot of stars for tonight. And again, the upper air in terms of the water vapor, showing us the water vapor in the upper portion of the atmosphere. The darker areas representing that dry air, and you'll see it move into the southeast, and all of that playing a factor in what happened early this morning. Now, this could have happened a little bit to the south, a little bit to the north of where it did occur, depending on the position of all of this, and that's why it's so, when we try to forecast these things, why it's so scary to try to pinpoint them, because the atmosphere is a fluid, and it's very difficult to nail it down. Well, anyway, it's looking better for the next few days, and for tomorrow it should be a gorgeous day after a chilly start. A high of 70 in the afternoon, but sunny skies. The winds northwest, 15 miles per hour, and the 5-day planner will take it all the way through Saturday, and that's looking great. Again, those cool mornings and warm afternoons and nothing but sunshine. It seems like in the last 24 hours we've been working here for a week, and I'm thinking, gee whiz, we got a whole week to go here. At least it's sunny. Yeah, that's
Hopefully
right.
no more tornadoes.
Right, it would be nice.
Thanks, Dave. Okay. I want to give you another look at some video from Chopper 2 over Osceola County earlier today. The latest count we got is 21 people that have been killed here, millions of dollars in damage. It's absolutely incredible when you see that.
The Lake Buenaventura subdivision there, a lot of deaths in that particular area. They're virtually wiped out. The Ponderosa RV and mobile home park, several deaths in that particular area. In fact, most of the deaths in Osceola County really kind of relegated to those two areas. You can see why when you see the path of absolute destruction that this thing cut, not only lifting roofs off of homes, but just obliterating the houses. I mean, there you see some walls intact, but then 2 houses down, there's literally nothing left. So we repeat the numbers, we give you the statistics, but as we say, as we have said throughout the course of the afternoon, when you hear these people tell their individual stories, that is really when it kind of brings it home for you, because as you can tell there, those folks, really their lives, all their possessions have just disappeared. The National Weather Service in Melbourne has done a check, a record check. They say there are more deaths from last night's tornadoes. Those exceed any other deaths or number of deaths with previous tornadoes here in the state of Florida. The previous high was 17 deaths back related to a group of tornadoes back in 1962. So we have shattered that record. Those tornadoes in 62 hit up in the Panhandle. And by our best guesstimate, the number of deaths from last night's tornadoes also exceed the number of people who were killed during Hurricane Andrew back in 1992. Now, there was probably more tornado, or I should say more property damage with that hurricane, but the number of deaths, as we can best estimate, exceeds that now. So this is going to be the deadliest storm in recorded history. Certainly, it's a story of death and destruction. We've said that all day, but also lots and lots of stories of triumph and certainly survival.
People are going to be telling those stories for a long time to come. News Channel 2's Tina Douglas joins us with more now from Osceola County. Tina?
Well, it's an absolute war zone out here. It's hard to believe. You can hardly grasp what's happened until you see it firsthand. Debris is strewn everywhere. Right beside me is what was a 7-Eleven store. It is totally obliterated at this point. Massive destruction out here. A number of lives have been lost, and you have to figure what's going through the minds of many of these people as they continue to search for more victims in what's being described as one of the worst storms this area has ever seen.
Will be forever thankful.
Emotions are indescribable. The destruction is widespread. The twister cut a 10-mile path of chaos through Osceola County. Folks are in disbelief trying to deal with it all.
We didn't have much destruction at our place at all, but over at this end, it's just completely demolished, as you can see. Everything's just gone. Like one whole street is completely wiped away.
The Allards, a Canadian family here for the winter, were lucky they have their lives. At least 10 others in this mobile home park are dead. Just 2 of them found moments ago.
One was a baby and one was a body found in here. An adult? I do believe so.
His owner's going to be very happy to see her. This dog survived for more than 14 hours, and emergency personnel continue to look for more victims.
Fifi.
Your master's in the hospital.
You know, it looks a little like Andrew, but...
Governor Lawton Chiles toured the area this afternoon. He and others are in utter disbelief.
Why does it have to hit an RV park? You know, it could have gone on either side of it. This is where they get the worst devastation.
Many walk around dazed about what's happened, how quickly lives have been changed, the reality of what Mother Nature can do.
It's hard because most of these people that I know that they're looking for, I've known for 4 years. And knowing that they're not going to find them alive is what's devastating. I mean, it's unreal.
And it's a scene many of us never really want to see, but it is utter destruction out here. We do know there are 4 people still missing. FEMA is on the scene trying to help folks. They're already writing small business loans for those who need it. The mayor here in Kissimmee, Frank Atkinson, earlier today held a news conference along with the governor, and he promises that he will do all he can to make sure there is no looting. We have heard that some of that has been going on. There is a dusk to dawn curfew here in Kissimmee, and they expect to enforce it strictly. We're live in Kissimmee. Tina Douglas, News Channel 2.
Thanks, Tina.
Hundreds of people showed up today at Cypress Elementary School in Kissimmee to find out what do I do next. We've had Bob Keeling over there. He's standing by live now with an update on some information. Bob.
Well, and John, the governor was talking about why couldn't these tornadoes have missed the mobile home parks, but actually they hit the mobile home parks and then they skipped through and they hit this subdivision. Take a look. This is the Lakeside subdivision, and it's pretty humbling. In fact, more specifically, this is Flamingo Lakes in the extreme southeast corner of Kissimmee. 80% of the homes in this area have been damaged. Let's give you a few numbers. We're talking about more than 160 homes have been heavily damaged. Another 146 have suffered more medium damage, but obviously these homes are not going to be inhabitable. You just look, not just on this block right here, but if you just keep going back further and further, layer after layer of home, block after block, there is some type of damage. So we talked to a couple of people from this subdivision to find out what they feel about what happened.
It just felt like the devil was just in my house, though. I mean, the wind was just blowing. It's like The Exorcist. And it was something I never experienced, and I don't want to ever experience it again.
Thank God we always have people to help us, things like that. Thank you very much.
And before the curfew took effect, which takes effect at 6 o'clock in all of the damaged areas down here in Osceola County, folks were trying to salvage what they could. So folks have gotten the information they need, and they are beginning to rebuild slowly, things starting to heal here in Osceola County. We're live. Now let's go back to you guys.
Thanks, Bob, and we have a special coming up at 7.
A step back from the brink of war. Apparently a deal with Saddam, but should we trust him?
What really matters is not what Iraq says, but what it does.
In depth, Saddam's broken promises. Storm front, El Nino, deadly tornadoes in Florida. Where next? Millions of dollars for mass transit, but what about the masses? Commuter trains for small towns. Tonight's Fleecing of America. And Ronald Reagan. A rare look at him and his family today.
From NBC News World Headquarters in New York, this is NBC Nightly News with Tom Brokaw.
Good evening. We begin a week that many thought would end in war, but tonight there is a deal, an agreement that removes, for the moment at least, the prospect of a U.S. military attack on Iraq. We'll know a lot more about the details when UN Secretary General Kofi Annan returns to New York tomorrow to present the results of his negotiations to the UN Security Council. But tonight, President Clinton does know enough to give it a conditional blessing, but also with a warning. We begin at the White House with NBC's David Bloom now. David?
Tom, today a skeptical President Clinton tentatively accepted this UN brokered deal, but the devil, as they say, is in the details. And tonight there are officials both here at the White House and at the United Nations who worry that this deal gives Saddam Hussein too much room to maneuver. Arriving in Paris, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan was finally able to brief Secretary of State Madeleine Albright on a secure telephone line. Albright then met with the rest of the president's national security team at the White House. Only then did Mr. Clinton announce that if, and he said it's a big if Iraq makes good on its commitment to give UNSCOM, the UN weapons inspectors, immediate, unrestricted, unconditional access to all suspected weapons sites, then it's a deal the U.S. can back.
What really matters is Iraq's compliance, not its stated commitments. Not what Iraq says, but what it does. In the days and weeks ahead, UNSCOM must test and verify.
This is not about trusting Saddam Hussein, Mr. Clinton declared, but he acknowledged there are issues to be clarified. Chief among them is a new requirement that the weapons inspectors must now be accompanied by diplomats when they make their rounds. Said one current UN official, this deal shouldn't trouble the Iraqis. It looks like they wrote it. But President Clinton said if Iraq complies, America must have the self-confidence and the conscience not to use force. But he quickly warned,
if Iraq fails to comply this time, to provide immediate, unrestricted, unconditional access to the weapons inspectors, there will be serious consequences.
Tom, the White House is of two minds about this deal. On the one hand, they're wary of it. On the other hand, they want to take credit for the threat of force making diplomacy work. What's going to happen now is that the United States is going to push very hard to get those UN weapons inspectors into those sites as quickly as possible to see if indeed Saddam Hussein plans on making good on his latest word. Tom?
Thanks, David Bloom at the White House tonight. The president also made it clear the vast American military force that he's already sent to the Persian Gulf will stay in place until he is confident Saddam Hussein is complying fully with the terms of the agreement. At the Pentagon now, NBC's Jim Miklaszewski on what that means, also on what it costs. Jim?
Tom, deal or no deal, war or no war, U.S. troops are in the Persian Gulf to stay.
More American ground troops arrived in Kuwait today, all geared up, but with no war in sight.
Whatever mission they tell us to do, we're ready to accomplish it anytime, anywhere.
In fact, Pentagon sources tell NBC News American troops will stay at their current level in the Gulf for at least 2 to 3 months.
The credible threat of that force in the Gulf is a very key part of our strategy here, and without it, the diplomacy will not work.
But the cost of keeping the force in the Gulf could be staggering. Every mission flown by U.S. warplanes costs up to $20,000 per flight. Basing a small Air Force strike group in the Gulf, $10 million per month. It's estimated the entire military Gulf force eats up about $100 million per day. Most of that would be spent anyway on routine military operations. But the additional expense for the Gulf operations alone could exceed $2 billion without firing a shot. The price paid by the troops themselves could be even higher. Endless weeks of patrolling the same Gulf skies and waters could cause them to lose their edge.
People begin to lose their concentration, lose their focus, and that's when the dangers sort of come to pass.
And these long-term deployments from home and family without taking on Saddam Hussein could take a significant toll on troop morale.
Nevertheless, the war plan is still in place, the targets selected, and American troops ready to strike. At the moment, President Clinton gives the order. Tom?
Thanks, Jim. As you might expect, the people of Iraq, who are the real victims in all of this, they were greatly relieved at the news of the agreement, and NBC's Kevin Tibbles is in Baghdad tonight.
As Kofi Annan left Baghdad with a deal in hand, a spontaneous outpouring of thanks, a huge sigh of relief on what Iraq calls Victory Day.
In Iraq, we say, peace be upon you. I am very optimistic about this, the discussion between the United Nations and the Iraq.
State television bragged about the agreement as, quote, a victory over the will of evil. There had been a virtual blackout here of this weekend's high-wire diplomacy, so today Iraqis devoured the news that a military strike against them may have been averted. But in the offices of a weekly Baghdad newspaper, the question is, what does this victory really mean to Iraq? The 7 years of economic sanctions means the paper often goes without power. In a back room, a reporter writes his story in longhand in the dark, while in a sunlit room, they lay out tomorrow's headlines. Kofi Annan, the dove of peace.
Everybody is happy. Everybody. I would start with my own mother. She's 92 years old.
Subi Haddad is the paper's senior editor. He says Iraqis hope and pray the deal means the trade embargo will soon be lifted.
Actually, it has destroyed us. We can't afford to pay for our food now, for our medicine.
Tom, the Iraqis say that the United States should accept Saddam Hussein at his word and accept this deal. And they're hoping for something in return. They want to go back to leading normal lives without the yoke of international sanctions. Tom?
Kevin Tibbles tonight in Baghdad, and still ahead, a fleecing of America that you may find hard to believe, a commuter train in the middle of rural Vermont.
I suspect we will be traveling through Vermont on spaceships before that light rail would ever justify what they're trying to accomplish.
A big flap over a commuter train that some say is another fleecing of America. Up next, El Nino's devastation in central Florida. A freak tornado, many of them, leave a path of death and destruction.
All over Italy, they share the same love. Parmigiano.
Parmigiano.
That's why the Olive Gardens created chicken Parmigiano like you've never seen. The aroma tells you something's different. But when you cut into it, you'll discover the real surprise. A feast of Italian cheeses. It's called new stuffed chicken Parmigiano. Enjoy it with our tricolor pasta and all the salad and breadsticks you'd like. It's stuffed chicken Parmigiano. It's only $9.95, and it's only at the Olive Garden.
Parmigiano.
If you love the complete relief of NyQuil to get you through your nights, you'll love its non-drowsy daytime version called DayQuil to get you through your days. Vicks DayQuil, the non-drowsy stuffy head, sore throat, coughing fever so you can get through your day medicine.
Pillsbury presents the easy way to make fresh baked garlic bread. Spread the garlic, bake them up, and in minutes you've got fresh baked garlic bread. New Pillsbury garlic breadsticks.
Now we're talking fresh.
If you can't enjoy regular milk because it does a number on your stomach the way it does to millions of other people, try Lactaid milk. Lactaid is real milk, farm fresh and delicious, specially made so you can digest it easily and naturally. So go on, enjoy real milk again, and all those other things you've been missing with Lactaid milk.
Now to those deadly tornadoes that ripped through central Florida without warning. The twisters spawned by El Nino struck in the middle of the night and killed at least 38 people at last count. From Florida's Gulf Coast to its Atlantic coast, there were so many tornadoes, authorities couldn't keep track of them. NBC's Kerry Sanders tonight in Florida.
By first light, it was clear the twisters were the worst in Florida history. One funnel, a quarter-mile wide, cut a path 9 miles long. Mobile homes were hit hardest.
It was on us, and we were flipping through the air, and we hit a pine tree.
Thank God it hit a tree, because everything behind us and beside us was taken out. They found people that were right next to us on the turnpike.
Besides the dead, more than 250 were injured. 10 are still unaccounted for. Tonight, hundreds are homeless. Many of those killed here were asleep when the tornadoes touched down. But there was warning.
You certainly would like to seek shelter immediately, and by that...
Then, at 11:50 p.m., South Daytona Beach, the first confirmed tornado kills one person. 11:50, another tornado drops down in Winter Garden. 3 more die. 12:30 a.m., another twister hits Sanford and Altamont Springs, killing 11. 20 minutes later, it's now 10 till 1 in the morning, Campbell City. Another tornado, another 14 are killed. The twisters, so powerful one after another, come as a surprise. Experts say tornadoes this far south in Florida are unusual in the winter. They blame El Nino. These tornadoes came from the very storms that hit California last week, moved through the Gulf of Mexico this weekend, and then into Florida.
There's no question that the El Nino affected the jet streams and subsequently caused the tornadoes.
Tonight, a curfew is in effect to stop looting, and an anti-price gouging law has been enacted to protect those who lost everything. Meantime, the federal government promises aid checks will be in the mail in the next 5 to 10 days.
All told, the twisters took only 2 hours to tear through Florida, taking more lives than Hurricane Andrew did in Florida, the deadliest storm to hit this state in modern history until now. Kerry Sanders, NBC News, Sanford, Florida.
And as Florida struggles to recover, El Nino is bearing down once again on California. In Santa Barbara, the storm is churning up the surf, while near Los Angeles, heavy rains are turning canyons again into rivers, hillsides into mudslides. The storm also produced this dramatic rescue of a man and 2 dogs caught in a flooded canyon. Yes, they did get him back safely. Up next, NBC News in depth. Will Saddam Hussein live up to his new promises? His track record, not very promising. But first, from CNBC, let's take a look at what happened on Wall Street today. The Dow down slightly, the NASDAQ up to a record high.
The magazines tell you to be a size 4. They tell you to be 10 years younger. They tell you to look like her. Don't listen to the magazines. Women's Ultra Mega Multiple Vitamins from General Nutrition Centers contain calcium, folic acid, and other vitamins, minerals, and herbs that love your body the way it is. Those magazines have no idea what they're talking about. Women's Ultra Mega Multiple Vitamins, exclusively in the women's section at GNC. Live well.
When you get heartburn, indigestion, and pain, don't get these to relieve all your symptoms. When pain this bad grabs you, don't grab these for complete or fast relief. Problems this bad need the 100% solution. Alka-Seltzer, the only one with effervescent power to speed relief and medicines for all your symptoms. Heartburn and pain are no problem with the 100% solution, Alka-Seltzer. And try the best tasting Alka-Seltzers ever, cherry and lemon lime.
What do I want? I want to know I'm headed in the right direction. I want to keep my options open. I do want to take care of my family. I want to give something back. I want to learn, find what's right for me, be ready for anything, make the right choices. I want to find the people who can get me there.
American Express Financial Advisors can help you decide what you want to do and how to get there.
I want to say I made a difference. I want to do more.
Dateline Monday, a lawyer who fell for the man she was defending for murder.
I felt love.
But did her love come at a price?
I didn't see him like the jury was seeing him.
Now he faces the death penalty.
I don't think he should die because of my errors.
Was it her fault? You decide. Dateline NBC tonight.
NBC News in depth tonight, a deal with Iraq, but as President Clinton said, there won't be any trust because, as Saddam has demonstrated again and again, he's not a man of his word. A reality check tonight, in depth. Here's NBC's Andrea Mitchell.
Outside Iraq today, many greeted news of the deal with skepticism. In Kuwait, they've heard Saddam's promises before. And they were still practicing duck and cover drills in case Iraq launched Scud missiles.
We don't trust anything. No, I can't trust.
U.S. officials voiced the same worries. After all, they say, consider Saddam's record of broken promises. March 1991, after the Gulf War, a ceasefire in the desert. Saddam promises to give up his weapons of mass destruction, all of them in just 15 days. The reality, 7 years later, the UN says he still may be hiding lethal biological and chemical agents.
It's been a continuous program of deceit, of lying, of finally owing up to it.
April 1991, another promise, full and open inspections. The reality, by September, only 5 months later, Iraq stops a UN team led by David Kaye from looking for nuclear weapons.
No equipment moved from this site.
But while they're kept out front, other inspectors on a water tower see trucks loaded with nuclear equipment pulling out the rear gate.
The equipment was being moved from base to base until we finally made one jump ahead of them and found it.
April 1995, yet another promise from Saddam. Iraq is not hiding a secret germ warfare program in this building. According to the scientist in charge, Dr. Rehab Taha.
This site is a civilian site.
The reality, July 1995, only 3 months later, the world learns Dr. Taha is the genius behind a massive biological program, as revealed by Saddam's own son-in-law, a defector. With his proof, the UN finally blows up the germ warfare plan.
The strategy was cheat and then retreat. But in recent months and years, his strategy has been cheat and then cheat again.
Finally, November 1997, Saddam again promises he will stop blocking UN inspectors. The reality, 2 months later, Saddam kicks out an American inspector and his team. So will today's agreement be any different?
Any piece of paper he signs or any verbal pledge he makes is worth essentially nothing.
For instance, Saddam is now promising to open all sites. But intelligence officials tell NBC News for months Saddam has been hiding weapons in places not on the UN search list, even mosques.
In fact, tonight, diplomatic sources tell NBC News that Iraq's nuclear program was further along than previously suspected. Again, despite Saddam's repeated promises that he had shut down all nuclear research. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
When we come back, we begin a special week-long look at the fleecing of America. Why do the wide-open spaces of Vermont need mass transit? Later, the very private life of a very public man. Does anyone really know the real Ronald Reagan?
I remember the day he came to our farm, just before harvest time. He introduced himself. We talked some, and he told me about something that never been done before. How soybeans like mine were now being used for a new kind of cooking oil. It seems the folks who make Crisco had come up with Olean, an oil that fries up snacks without adding any fat or calories. Make them taste especially good. So I told him, that sounds all right. And now I see what I'm part of, and it makes me feel good.
Coming soon from the makers of Crisco, new fat-free Olean, a good place to start.
And now, a sparkling performance on soap scum. The Scrubbing Bubbles. Nothing cleans and disinfects better in the bathroom. Scrubbing Bubbles, only in Dow Bathroom Cleaner. We work hard, so you don't have to.
Sweet honey, crunchy nuts on classic Kellogg's Corn Flakes. Nothing pulls a family together like Kellogg's Honey Crunch Corn Flakes.
Oh, sorry, did I wake you?
Kellogg's Honey Crunch Corn Flakes, an altogether great breakfast.
Keeping
Keeping your family safe and secure is a priority for LeSabre. That's why right now your Buick dealer is celebrating LeSabre Safety Days, where you'll find great values on every LeSabre in stock. And if you come in now, you can enter to win one of 10 LeSabres or one of hundreds of home security systems and thousands of other First Alert products. Because we all know you can never be too safe. But hurry, sweepstakes ends March 31st.
Now to the hotspots making news tonight. Las Vegas, a new charge against Larry Wayne Harris, the man suspected last week of possessing anthrax. It turned out to be a non-lethal form of the biological agent, but now Harris is charged with violating probation in Ohio. In 1995, he was convicted of illegally obtaining bubonic plague through the mail. Washington, the Supreme Court rejected a challenge to New Jersey's Megan's Law, the first to require communities to notify residents when a convicted sex offender is in town. The law will stand. And New Zealand, the country's largest city, Auckland, is still without lights 5 days after a massive breakdown in the power system. Police are filling in for broken traffic lights. Stores and buildings are shuttered. Authorities say this blackout could last another 10 days. Now to our special week-long series, The Fleecing of America. Tonight, does one of America's most rural states really need a new commuter rail line? NBC's Pat Dawson on the debate over 12 miles of train track that are costing you millions of dollars.
Rush hour in New York, Los Angeles, Chicago. And this is rush hour along Route 7 leaving Burlington. Population 39,000, the biggest city in Vermont. Vermont is a symbol of rural America, a tapestry of farmland and small-town charm. But officials want to create a 12-mile commuter rail line here, upgrading an existing train track, fully 80% paid with federal tax dollars. The price, $18 million. The train is the brainchild of Vermont's governor, who admits that without federal money, the project would be only a dream.
In Washington, people waste hundreds of times that every day on far more dubious projects than this.
In fact, in Vermont, some people are asking why the state needs a commuter rail line connecting 3 small towns to Burlington, a trip that, by some estimates, would actually add time to the commute.
I like trains, but this one doesn't make sense.
It may be that Governor Dean is a visionary who sees a real asset hidden in the darkness of long-abandoned train depots and a single 12-mile stretch of track. But critics suggest this vision of mass transit is missing one crucial element, the masses. This is where the commute would begin, Charlotte, Vermont. Population, a widely scattered 3,500. Next stop, Shelburne. Population, 6,600. Then it's on to South Burlington before arriving in Burlington.
I suspect we will be traveling through Vermont on spaceships before that light rail would ever justify what they're trying to accomplish.
State planners say the line is needed to ease congestion, especially when major road reconstruction starts next year. But even by their estimates, only 300 people a day would ride the train when it starts. And in 2 decades, the state projects just 360 riders daily.
Unless the cost per person is very, very low, it seems to be a pretty expensive proposition.
It was a little bit like swatting a fly with an atomic bomb.
Still, the train does have support.
People love trains, and they will travel on them.
And the governor says the train is an experiment.
What I've said to people is, we're going to try this for 3 years, and if it doesn't work, we'll abandon it.
A mass transportation experiment in rural Vermont that could become an $18 million fleecing of America. Pat Dawson, NBC News, Shelburne, Vermont.
Tomorrow night we'll tell you why you're paying to rebuild houses that get flooded out again and again and again. We'll be right back.
You see coffee. At Sprint, we see data. Data from the field that works to project the future and allows access to information that helps people work together to achieve results on a global scale. A rich, robust blend of data that business relies on every day. Because business runs on data, and data runs on Sprint.
Is there a store between here and the Canadian border we haven't been to?
Come on, a couple more stops.
Honey, I'm beat. I'm starving.
Here.
Ensure bars?
Complete balanced nutrition. To go.
Introducing Ensure Bars, a source of complete balanced nutrition, packed with protein, vitamins, and minerals to help you stay healthy and energetic.
Delicious. What's next?
The Canadian border.
I'm ready.
New Ensure Bars, from the #1 doctor-recommended liquid nutritional supplement to your health.
I work for a dermatologist, so I see what people go through with psoriasis and eczema. That's why I'm excited about the latest therapy from Cordaid. Cordaid Intensive Therapy. In a preference test, it was chosen over Cortisone 10. Cordaid Intensive Therapy has the most powerful medicine you can buy to stop the itch and help you heal quickly. Plus 7 soothing skin moisturizers. And there's no brand doctors recommend more than Cordaid. Cordaid Intensive Therapy. Today's preferred therapy for psoriasis and eczema.
The rush of riding PAL and going huge. It's made snowboarding the fastest growing winter sport in the world. To make boards that are both flexible and tough, cutting-edge snowboard makers count on resins made by Shell. Resins that help riders carve the corduroy and stick their landings. Resins that keep snowboard makers and their riders on top of the world. Count on Shell.
This home isn't near a river, yet it gets flooded a lot. But this owner and thousands more don't worry. Your tax dollars keep bailing them out. The Fleecing of America, NBC Nightly News tomorrow.
Tonight, he's caused one war. Will he cause another? See the story of Saddam Hussein's bloody rise to power on Time and Again. Tonight on MSNBC.
Tonight on public television, The American Experience, a series on American presidents, continues. And this week, it is the man who is the embodiment of the 20th century American dream, Ronald Reagan, the son of a Midwestern alcoholic, a successful radio announcer, movie star, television star, twice elected governor of California, 2 landslide elections to the White House. A man we know so well. Or do we? Here's NBC's Bob Fall.
We think we know him well, all those celebrated public moments, but the extraordinary documentary shows that sometimes we barely know him at all.
You're not going to figure him out. That's the first thing you need to know. I don't think he's figured himself out.
But it was on the Rock River that he first discovered the role he came to love best.
Some scenes are familiar. The bronzed lifeguard who rescued 77 swimmers, the young lion who charmed Hollywood.
Randy! Where's the rest of me?
And some images are new, home movies of Reagan teaching his children how to swim. It's the first film documentary with unprecedented access to Ronald Reagan's family.
He's a guy who's almost impossible to dislike. Nancy, on the other hand, she has no trouble understanding stabbing in the back.
The documentary shows his contradictions. He preached balanced budgets, but never submitted one. His priorities, budgets so big the Pentagon was spending $34 million every hour. And his courage in 1981 when a bullet from a would-be assassin came within an inch of his heart.
He opened his eyes and saw me. And that's when he said, honey, I forgot to duck.
Ronald Reagan would recover, but the documentary says he would never be the same.
He became much more devout and evangelical from that moment on. And for the rest of the presidency, it was a very, very slow and steady mental and physical decline.
The decline was apparent 4 years ago on his 83rd birthday.
I was a bit concerned you all wouldn't recognize me.
He said, I'm going to have a little help. I'm a little confused. I don't know where I am.
Later, in a handwritten note, he bravely admitted entering the darkness of Alzheimer's, but his faith did not waver.
I know that for America, there will always be a bright dawn ahead.
It's a vision we know, even if we don't know
Ronald Reagan.
Bob Fall, NBC News, Washington.
It's Nightly News for this Monday. Don't forget Dateline tonight at 10. I'm Tom Brokaw, and I'll see you back here tomorrow night.
Tomorrow on Today, live interviews with gold medalist Tara Lipinski, Monica Lewinsky's attorney William Ginsburg, and Microsoft's Bill Gates. All live tomorrow on Today.
I love coffee, don't you? But look how it stains your teeth.
Get Plus White toothpaste with dual-action anti-stain polishers.
Plus White removes coffee stains fast.
Guaranteed.
brittle nails that break and won't grow? Get Nutrinail. Short, brittle nails grow in just 5 to 7 days. Nutrinail. Short, brittle nails grow. Guaranteed.
If you have wrinkles and puffiness under your eyes, I recommend Sudden Change Under Eye. Look, before sudden change and after. Sudden change under eye.
Dateline Monday. Crime at the cash machine. The camera's there to keep you safe, but is it doing its job?
The biggest problem with the system is maintenance.
I'm Jane Pauley. Join me for Dateline at 10, 9 Central, NBC Monday.
News Channel 2, where the news comes first. Our regularly scheduled program will not be seen tonight, so we can bring you the following News Channel 2 special report.
It was just an incredible noise. I never heard anything like this before.
The deadly force of tornadoes rips across central Florida overnight.
We got on the floor and the trailer started doing this, and then we just went over.
Dozens are killed. Scores more are injured.
And I looked up from the hall. We had no roof in the living room.
Many are amazed to be alive.
Just a blessing, like I say, that we're still here.
Now, in a News Channel 2 Storm Team special report, the latest on the night of destruction and what you can do to help the victims.
Good evening, and thanks for joining us. I'm John O'Connor.
I'm Wendy Chioji. As the injured walked out of emergency rooms in Osceola, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties, they realized just how lucky they were.
That's because not everyone made it out alive last night. News Channel 2's Gail Pascal Brown is live outside the Morningside Mobile Home Park in Osceola County. A particularly nasty situation there, Gail.
It was definitely a nasty situation here today. We can tell you, as far as the latest numbers right here in Morningside, 11 people have been recovered. 11 bodies have been recovered, 11 people dead. One person they're still looking for. They'll have to resume that search in the morning. Right now, a curfew is in place. I'm told that there are National Guard folks from the Sheriff's Department, as well as some other authorities here who are trying to make sure that nobody comes in here and steal any of the items from these folks who are already ravaged by this tornado. These folks, they lost property. They also lost loved ones. The tornado in Morningside Village came in like a thief in the night, claiming property, claiming lives. The news was just too much for some who lost families and loved ones. Meanwhile, the Ryan family is already picking up the pieces of the storm that did its handiwork in just minutes.
I heard the wind, I heard the train. I've been in a tornado before. I grabbed my grandbaby and my daughter-in-law and made him hit the floor and got him out of the house as soon as it quit, and that's all I could do. That's all we had time to do.
It didn't take much time for the tornado to rip apart 6 mobile homes off Morning Light Way. The only thing left of this one is its steps. Authorities say it's also where a mother and son lost their lives. Countless other mobile homes were damaged, and the storm took the lives of at least 11 residents here, including an 8-month-old infant. Bob Benner's home was spared, but he lost some good friends on either side of him.
Both sides. Don't ask me. Okay. Don't ask me why we're here. There's not. The house, the cars, the birds, it don't make any difference, you know, but when you have somebody that you're real close friends and all, and they're just, then I had to identify them.
Oh, my goodness. A grim task that left him emotionally shaken. Across the street, the Vega family salvage what they can and are thankful that everyone weathered the storm safely.
Everyone's okay. We're trying to pick up what is left, what we could get, to find a place to stay.
They're all trying to save what they can, finding comfort among each other as they try to rebuild what this deadly storm didn't take away. Again, 11 lives were lost here in Morningside Village. It's been a tough day. 11 people died, including an 8-month-old infant whose body was found just a couple of streets away. Authorities will be back out here in the morning to try find one more resident. They're hoping that they can help these folks out here rebuild their lives from a very, very tough, devastating, and deadly storm. I'm Gail Pascal Brown, live in Osceola County. Now back to you in the studio.
It'll be a long road back for a lot of those folks, Gail. Thank you.
Absolutely.
The latest death toll numbers that we have received is 35 people dead. The tornadoes took their deadliest toll in Osceola County, where 21 people were killed and dozens more injured.
Our coverage continues now with Tina Douglas, who is live in Osceola County right now. Tina.
Well, the destruction here is massive, hard to describe, putting it mildly. 21 dead, 10 in the Ponderosa Mobile Home Park here alone. The search continues for more victims, and if you take a look right to the left of me, you can see that heavy equipment has been brought in to try and make a path to clear up this mess. The cleanup has started. No one knows how long it will take before these people's lives are back to normal.
We will be forever thankful.
Emotions are indescribable. The destruction is widespread. The twister cut a 10-mile path of chaos through Osceola County. Folks are in disbelief trying to deal with it all.
We didn't have much destruction at our place at all, but over at this end, it's just completely demolished, as you can see. Everything's just gone. Like one whole street is completely wiped away.
The Allards, a Canadian family here for the winter, were lucky they have their lives. At least 10 others in this mobile home park are dead. Just 2 of them found moments ago.
One was a baby and one was a body found in here. An adult? I do believe so.
His owner's going to be very happy to see her. This dog survived for more than 14 hours, and emergency personnel continue to look for more victims.
Fifi.
Your master's in the hospital.
It looks a little like Andrew, but...
Governor Lawton Chiles toured the area this afternoon. He and others are in utter disbelief.
Why does it have to hit an RV park? You know, it could have gone on either side of it. This is where they get the worst devastation.
Many walk around dazed about what's happened, how quickly lives have been changed, the reality of what Mother Nature can do.
It's hard because most of these people that I know that they're looking for, I've known for 4 years. And knowing that they're not going to find them alive is what's devastating. I mean, it's unreal.
An unreal scene for most of the people who have been here through the night and the day looking for those victims. With me now is Jeff Hall with the Osceola County Fire and Rescue Division. I know you are still looking for people. There's some discrepancy on how many people are still missing over here. Can you?
Right. This area is very bad to try to identify that because it's such a transient population. And what we've done, the Sheriff's Office has got the computer database on the check-ins, and we've taken that database and we've cross-matched it with the known fatalities and the known injuries and the sheltered personnel. And I think our latest list came up with 8 families that we're looking for some part of that family in the rubbish at this time.
Just kind of hard to tell because some of these people are here temporarily during the winter. Others do live here year-round. What's going to happen here tonight?
Well, we're going to continue on the process of search and rescue just in case we might find somebody alive in the rubbish. We can't count that out. Yeah, it's been a long time, but however, people do survive in amazing circumstances. They could be trapped in a void. We have search and rescue teams from Fire Rescue, the Sheriff's Office, and Patrick Air Force Base in at the time. And also we have dogs in from across the state, including the Tampa Fire Department, to assist us in the search and rescue.
I know there is a dusk to dawn curfew here in Kissimmee tonight. Does that mean the National Guard will be coming in this area to make sure there will not be any looting over here?
That's correct. The National Guard will be working in conjunction with the Sheriff's Office at his need. It'll be in all affected areas, including Campbell City, all the way to the county line. If you do not belong there, you will be escorted off or arrested.
All right, Jeff Hall, thank you for giving us an update. Unbelievable here in Osceola County, as you have heard, a dusk to dawn curfew tonight. FEMA is on the scene. Some people have already applied for loans to try and clean up what they can. We're live in Kissimmee. Tina Douglas, News Channel 2.
Tina, thank you very much. We've mentioned before 35 lives in all were lost, and that is a situation in which we saw this coming.
Right, and this is something that never happens here. I've never seen this happen in 10 years. Dave Marsh earlier had said 30 years here in Central Florida and never seen it happen. Dave?
That's true. We've had tornadoes, certainly not this strong, not this many at one time, and not quite this early in the year. We're in the winter season. We usually have our tornado action just a little bit later, but it did happen, and obviously there are some reasons why. And the last few storms had moved over Central Florida. Somewhat similar conditions, but they didn't quite meet all of the criteria. Well, yesterday, low-pressure system over the southeast, over Alabama, Mississippi, trailing cold front to the south. You see the warm front cutting across North Florida. So all of the peninsula definitely in the warm sector there with strong southerly winds, plenty of moisture. And above all of that, of course, is the jet stream, and that's one of the big factors. And, of course, that's what helped to develop all of these thunderstorms that became extremely unstable and, of course, did produce the tornadoes. Well, today that front is well through. It's off the southern tip of Florida. The jet stream, at least the core of the jet stream, has moved just a little bit to the north. north, but still over Florida. But we don't have the rest of the system. The cold front, the low pressure system, that's all moved away. So that's why we've had the improvement. Although still very windy because that surface low that moved away from Florida is still close enough to create these strong winds. So I would expect overnight the winds will be diminishing, be back to more normal type conditions for tomorrow, and the sunshine will be returning as well. And for the next 5 days, and this is the good news, instead of just maybe a day and a half or 2 days of good weather and then another storm coming through, we're going to have all of this week. It will be colder in the morning with temperatures in the upper 40s, but the afternoon temperature is about average, and that's about 70 degrees. But we'll have sunshine all the way through Friday and Saturday. Maybe not until the first part of next week will the next system be coming in, but that's a long way off, so we'll have to continue to watch the timing on that. So it looks pretty good for the cleanup here and for us to dry out throughout Central Florida. And just wonder what another system is going to come through here produced by an El Nino year. Now back to John and Wendy.
Boy, just the thought of that makes you cringe.
Oh, boy, no joke. Well, of course, we've talked about the death toll. People lost their lives in 4 counties across Central Florida. The greatest loss of life in Osceola County, and that, of course, is where the damage was the most widespread.
Our live storm team coverage continues now with News Channel 2's Kathy Marsh. She's live at the Ponderosa Mobile Home Park with stories from survivors. Kathy?
Wendy, there's been so many stories here of people who have come to see if their loved ones are okay, finding out that they are okay, and then that sigh of relief. But of course, we all know the tragedy of 21 dead, and still the search goes on for members from as many as 8 families, as you heard from Jeff Hall from Osceola County Fire Rescue just a few moments ago. Here's one woman's look at frustration at the front line. It is like a war zone with the National Guard's presence here, and it will be throughout the night. The frustration is at an all-time high. No one is allowed in or out at the Ponderosa RV and Mobile Home Park. Yet for survivors, that's not welcome news. A daughter travels from Michigan to see if her parents made it out alive, but they're not allowed back into the park to get medicine.
And I understand they're trying to protect everyone else too, because I mean they don't know who's who.
People walking back there, and they're not.
And they have medications they need. My dad's on Coumadin, a bunch of medication. She takes blood pressure medication, and they know they're in there.
Eventually, the vacationing northerner is allowed to go in and get her life-saving medicine. These are the scenes from inside the park. 4 people are still missing. The latest bodies found, that of an elderly woman and a baby. No one will be allowed inside this park tonight. If you are caught trying to enter the park, you will be arrested. Many families have lost longtime friends, people they used to look forward to seeing each spring here in Central Florida. To give you an idea of what it's like to be here now during the darkness, it's just a potpourri of sounds. We're hearing a lot of different sounds of machinery, which I'm sure that you can hear, Wendy and John, of the attempts to restore power back to the area, restore phone power as well. Many people in surrounding neighborhoods have been affected by this because their power is out even if their homes weren't destroyed. One woman came by in a wheelchair from a close by neighborhood and said that she was told that she won't have phone service for at least 5 days. Just now behind me there was a man trying to string back up some power lines. Power lines are still down all around us, and again the National Guard is here to make sure that if you don't belong here that you don't come here, because if you do, you will be arrested. Reporting live in Osceola County, Kathy Marsh, News Channel 2.
Thanks, Kathy. Parts of Central Florida were declared state disaster areas earlier today, and they're gearing up to help storm victims right now in Central Florida in Tallahassee.
Joining us right now live from Tallahassee is the Deputy Director of Emergency Operations up there, Craig Fugate. He is on the telephone, and right here, I shouldn't say, Craig, typically this is the time of year when we kind of step back, prepare for the upcoming hurricane season, but we have had a nasty batch of tornadoes. Is the way you guys respond any different to those 2 types of disasters?
Yeah, with hurricanes, you usually have several days warning that you have a storm coming in. Tornadoes, we're dealing with a situation where the Hurricane Center would be telling us about hurricanes. We're talking to the Storm Prediction Center. They're telling us that storms are coming. But unlike a hurricane, they can't tell us where those storms are going to hit exactly. We just know a general area that's at risk.
What kind of relief do you guys have in place right now, Craig?
Well, what we're working on is our first priority with local counties was making sure they got search and rescue going and that they got any resources they needed for that. We're now moving into the phase where we're working with local governments through the Salvation Army and Red Cross to meet the basic needs of those victims, making sure they have shelter, food, and basic necessities. Tomorrow we'll be going back in, working with the local governments on starting to get the cleanup going and looking at some of the long-term recovery issues.
And speaking of those long-term recovery issues, I think a lot of folks want to know about money, Craig. When can they start seeing any kind of money for rebuilding?
Okay, well, right now, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, has gone in and declared several of the counties as eligible for what they call individual assistance. We'll be putting out press releases on those counties where people can start calling 800 numbers to start applying for assistance from FEMA. We're also working with FEMA on getting declarations for additional counties, and especially for the areas that we're dealing with flooding in North Florida. So we've gotten several counties declared right now. We're getting that word out to the residents, and there is an 800 number for them to call for assistance from FEMA.
Craig, before we let you go, can you update us? We've heard about these radios that people can get their hands on that will automatically go off in the event of some emergency weather. Can you explain how those work and where people can get them?
Okay. Right now, one of our big initiatives, and we knew this coming into storm season, was try to get what's called a NOAA weather radio into every home we can. A NOAA weather radio is a specially designed radio that is going to be activated by the Weather Service when there's severe weather, setting off an alarm or a tone that would warn residents that they need to take immediate action. These radios are available generally from electronic stores locally. They're relatively low cost, and they can mean the difference between life and death by giving you enough warning to get you and your family somewhere safe during severe weather.
Craig, thanks a lot. We know you guys are very busy up there. We appreciate you taking the time out to talk to us. We've talked about the death tolls. Currently stands at 35. That does not take into consideration, of course, the dozens upon dozens of people who were injured last night.
More than 260 people now have gone into our local hospitals, 12 local hospitals. Here you can see the breakdown. The folks at Osceola Regional Medical Center, Health Central, Florida Hospital Kissimmee, ORMC St. Cloud, very, very busy today. Columbia Hospital Sanford. We're told most of the injuries, most of these people, these numbers that you see here, were not serious injuries, although there are several people in surgery. Very busy day for the people at our local hospitals today.
And paramedics and emergency workers, they train for days like this coming up. They go through drills and that kinds of things just to get ready.
You have to wonder, though, if anything can really prepare you for what happened today. News Channel 2's Greg Fox is live outside Osceola Regional Medical Center with more on that. Greg?
Yeah, it has been a busy and a remarkable day for medical professionals across the region. We're talking about everybody from doctors to nurses, some of them in Osceola County especially, that were involved in a mock disaster drill just 2 weeks ago. Some of the situations very similar to what they encountered for real today, beginning around 1 o'clock this morning. The people we talked with, the patients they took care of, tell us they're just glad to be alive.
I'm alive, and I'm thankful that I'm alive. Praise the Lord.
Susan Zeller is a survivor. She suffered some gashes on her leg from flying glass when her windows and roof came crashing in. But Susan knows some of her neighbors did not survive, and she considers herself blessed.
It's devastating that this could happen, yes.
So now you just got to put your house back together, right?
Yes, repair the house. Houses can be repaired. Bodies cannot be.
Few stitches, small laceration, not involving the dip tissues.
Dr. Edgardo Rivera is the head of disaster medicine for Florida Hospital. He says the tornadoes could not have come at a worse time, early morning, with small ER staffs. But fresh from a mock disaster drill 2 weeks ago, everyone was ready.
It helped a lot because many people had the procedures fresh in their minds and on what to do, and they performed pretty good.
Rebecca Torres still can't believe she got out of her home alive with just a few cuts on her legs. Her house is gone.
The wind pushed me and get to the floor, and all the glass of the windows, then on my back and in my legs, and then the door of my bedroom fell on me.
Getting an unexpected trip to the ER was volunteer firefighter Robert Lehman, who was helping storm victims, fell on loose debris and broke his ankle.
Yeah, there's a lot to do out there. I mean, we try to get out there and help the people as much as we can without hurting ourselves. But, I mean, sometimes that's just not the case, so.
Inside each ambulance and paramedic unit was a different story of grief, but similar stories of relief that these people survived. And when you consider there's been more than 260 people treated at a dozen hospitals across Central Florida, you have to figure that of the people that did not show up here, those people who were treated for minor cuts and scrapes and bruises, there has to be at least 40 or 50 more people, most of them in Osceola County, that were treated by paramedics near their homes, in their neighborhoods. A lot of those people could have come to the hospital, but because they wanted to help more seriously injured people, including their family members, and to search for the missing, they stayed where they were to do what they could to help. We're live in Kissimmee. Greg Fox, News Channel 2.
Good point. Thanks a lot, Greg. And we want to give you a Red Cross phone number if you want to help people out. There's a Red Cross phone number, 1-800-HELP-NOW. They can use volunteers. They can always use money. Give them a call. Keep trying if it's busy, because it has been busy several times when we've called. They sure could use your help.
They're going to give you a recorded message. It'll tell you what you should do in specific areas and the kind of help that they're looking for. So please, we urge you to use that number, 1-800-HELP-NOW, for the Red Cross.
When mobile homes are in the path of a tornado, the results are pretty predictable. But when Chopper 2 flew over a subdivision in Osceola County, the pictures that came back astounding. We
were all reminded of those pictures from Andrew down in Homestead back in 1992. That's when we knew just how powerful these storms can really be. News Channel 2's Bob Keeling is live in Osceola County now with more on what's being done for some folks who just lost everything. Bob.
Well, John, this is the Lakeside subdivision. It is on the southeast corner of Kissimmee. Take a look around here. There were 400 homes that were damaged in this subdivision alone. I believe we're having a little problem with the light. But some of the people from around here were injured, and they have some amazing survival stories.
Scary, unreal. I'm going, oh my God, after we went around twice. I'm going, oh my God, Mike, you know.
Gloria Jones is describing the ordeal she, her son Cody, and boyfriend Mike endured as the tornado picked up their mobile home in the Ponderosa Mobile Home Park.
I mean, I looked out the window and I saw yellow lightning, and then it turned green, and then it was on us, and we were flipping through the air, and we hit a pine tree. And
then it hit a tree. Thank God it hit a tree, because everything behind us and beside us was taken out. I mean, gone. History. It was just gone.
So you feel like if you wouldn't have hit a tree...
Oh, we would have been gone. I don't know what would have happened. Yeah, they found people that were right next to us on the turnpike.
I was walking around holding it up, trying to hold it in place.
It is William Osbill's left ear, severed in the storm. Doctors at Osceola Regional were able to reattach it, despite all his misery, and even though all of his possessions are now confined to these 2 plastic bags, William is more concerned for the fate of his neighbors in the Ponderosa Mobile Home Park.
I don't know what to do. I mean, I'm worried about all my neighbors and all, because the past 6 months I've got to be good friends with them, and I don't know if they're here, or I've seen a few of them.
Those who survived and can muster a smile resolve to take tornado warnings more seriously next time. If they walked out of the hospital, they know they're luckier than some of their neighbors. Most of the injuries here at Osceola Regional Medical Center have been minor, but 2 people who were brought in here ended up dying in the emergency room. But authorities here say the recent training they've had made them ready for this crisis.
This is actually very much like a disaster drill. Those disaster drills are really pretty close, except for these people are really injured. But you know, you do that kind of training and you're pretty much ready for it.
A man lived right next to us in a pop-up, one of those pop-up travel things. He was holding on to his dog, and his dog got pulled out of his arms. I mean, it was like, whoa. I mean, it hasn't even hit me yet.
And for the folks who were lucky enough to walk away from the hospital and come back to their damaged neighborhoods, there has been a feeding unit set up over at Cypress Elementary School, which is very close to our location. And there are a number of restaurants, different places that are giving away food. People have certainly pulled together in this. There are also 3 shelters set up throughout Osceola County. According to power officials, there are between 5,000 and 10,000 people who are without power tonight. The curfew will remain in effect from dusk to dawn, and if you don't need to be in this area, it's worth reiterating, you don't need to come down and sightsee now. We're live in Osceola County. I'm Bob Keeling, News Channel 2.
Bob, thanks a lot. We will see you later on. I was just talking to Dr. Todd Husty, who will be joining us here in just a second, and it was about a year or so ago down there in Osceola County where they went from the Osceola Osceola Regional Medical Center from an old one to a new one, and they used that opportunity to use that as an emergency drill. Obviously, they had to move patients. They had to do some critically injured people, move them from the old hospital to the new one, so it was a perfect opportunity for them to turn that into an emergency drill. So
well, apparently all the practice really paid off, because one thing we have heard over and over from residents and people out there is how organized everything's been. The hospitals, you know, they weren't, it was not chaotic out in the field. Everything really has gone pretty smoothly from what we've been able to see.
And we can tell that folks in Osceola County are taken care of. Well, they had some feeding areas set up, about 4 of them throughout the course of the county. They also had 3 shelters where folks can seek some shelter tonight. So from what we can tell, everybody who needs the help is getting it, at least in that regard.
One place, what happened in Seminole County today, 11 people were killed. The tornado or tornadoes touched down near Sanford and near the community of Midway.
That's where Dave McDaniel has been positioned all day in Seminole County. He joins us live now with an update. Dave.
Well, John, night has fallen, the curfew is in place, and most of the cleanup efforts, if they haven't already been wrapped up, they have been suspended for the day, and that work will continue in the morning. You know, so much damage, so much loss of life, so much damage in just a few short minutes in the early morning hours. The situation. Emergency managers estimate the force of the winds at 200 miles per hour plus. Nothing in the path of the storm made it without severe damage. The search for victims lasted most of the day. 2 missing children were found before noon. Neither of them survived. For every story of despair, there were stories of hope.
Well, it just come a bad puff of wind and just kept on for about a half an hour.
Hubert Maples lost a good part of his house. His stepdaughter feels lucky she can still visit and hopes she can convince him to move in with her.
We didn't know it was this bad. We went back to bed, and my brother woke me up this morning, and we came down and saw the devastation, and a couple of the neighbors didn't make it, so it's just unbelievable.
This family lost its home, but they know they saved what's most important.
I don't understand how we stuck it out in a 10 by 65 trailer and it stayed there, and a 100-year-old house blew away and we can't even see any of it. It's amazing. You shouldn't even have been here.
Some families were actually blown out of their homes, but miraculously managed to survive. Other families are now incomplete. The young and old were equally mistreated by Mother Nature. 30 people were treated in area hospitals. This neighborhood may never get back to normal. The people living here will never forget. And another person who will never really forget it is Assistant Fire Chief Chris Johnson from the Seminole County Fire Department. Chris, you were one of the first to respond last night. When you drove down the road, could you believe what you saw?
No, we had terrible devastation everywhere, roofs off of houses, power lines down, trees across the road, where it made it almost impossible to get to the people that needed our assistance.
Now, you had one specific rescue where the woman was asleep in bed. She didn't realize her home had been damaged?
Right. I had an elderly woman, about 92 years old, that was in bed. I went up to the house and said, "Is anybody home?" She said, "Yes, I'm in here. I need help." I got in there, no roof on the house, and we were able to, with the help of some bystanders, get her out of the house and get her transported.
And you had to do quite a bit of effort. I mean, to show how hard it was to get back in there and back out. What happened to the vehicle you were driving last night?
Okay, part of the light bar got torn off, and I got 2 flat tires getting patients out of the devastated area.
And you drove about roughly 30 miles taking people to the hospital on flat tires?
Right. Well, transporting them out to a safe area, many, many miles on flat tires.
And you've been with the department 21 years, never seen anything like this other than one other time?
Right. We were there the second day after Hurricane Andrew, and this was almost identical to that.
Any lessons learned from this?
Yes. The main thing is the fire departments are going to have a hard time getting in with all the debris, and all the neighbors are going to have to band together and help themselves until we can gain access and assist them.
And we still have one person missing that we're going to start looking for again tomorrow.
Right. We're going to be out starting first light with the search dogs. They're our best chance, and then after that we'll be in with massive teams of search parties.
All right, thank you very much. Assistant Seminole County Fire Chief Chris Johnson, one of the first on the scene last evening. He compares exactly what he saw here in Sanford, Florida, to what he saw in Miami in 1992 after Hurricane Andrew. Reporting live in Seminole County, Dave McDaniel, News Channel 2.
Thanks a lot, Dave. 3 people were killed in Winter Garden in West Orange County. The damage is extensive at one apartment complex called Country Gardens.
News Channel 2 Sally Kidd is live there in Orange County. And Sally, we've seen the pictures all day long from that apartment complex. It's absolutely amazing that anybody made it out alive.
It really is, John. I tell you, it is incredible that folks actually made it out of this devastation alive. And we are under curfew now at the Country Gardens apartments. Many of those tornado victims who've spent the entire day standing out in this parking lot, dazed and concerned, have since moved on to shelters or to stay with friends for the evening. As you said, it's just incredible when you look at how the tornado literally obliterated parts of this complex, that everyone is accounted for and everyone is alive. They've erected this fence for the evening. They are trying to secure the area. And I tell you, just a couple of miles from here, we found another scene of destruction at the Orange County Mobile Home Community. A tangled mass of twisted aluminum, all that's left of a 70-year-old woman's home after the tornado picked it up and flipped it over. Her daughter says a stranger saved her mother's life.
And he saw the damage and he came by and yelled if there was anybody in there. And my mom called out, "Yeah, I'm here." He pulled her out and took her right to the hospital.
She clings to an ornament she gave her mother for Christmas. One small item salvaged from the wreckage. Elvin Hines has lived here 25 years. He comes home from vacation to this.
I'm not going to be able to, with no more insurance than I got and stuff, I'm not going to be able to put it back.
Stories of fear and survival. Donnie Lease hid in a bathroom.
It sounded like a big roaring freight train coming down the street. It's something that I've never heard before in my life and hopefully never hear again.
Neighbors working with neighbors, wondering where to begin, how to start over. An inspector with the Department of Insurance stopped in with some advice.
Making sure that they know that if they have a problem with their claim, that they can give us a call. Making sure that whoever the insurance company sends is a licensed adjuster.
And that's some good advice. It's certainly going to be a long road for those folks as well as for the people here at the Country Gardens apartments. Many of those people extremely frustrated today and questioning apartment managers about why they couldn't get to their apartments to try to retrieve some of their belongings. And of course, it's just too dangerous to let them in there. And tonight they've erected this fence. They've also put up boards and they have brought in big lighting trucks to light this area. They say this area will stay lit throughout the night to keep this place secure. Rescuers have stopped working for the day, and right now it's kind of an eerie feeling as we settle into nighttime here at Country Gardens Apartments. We're live in Winter Garden. Sally Kidd, News Channel 2.
And a cold night at that, Sally. Thanks. Well, earlier today, Ed Highland was at the Country Garden Apartments, and he came away with some incredible stories of survival.
He also has some amazing pictures that demonstrate the storm's strength.
A dishwasher sits high on a pile of rubble, what was the second floor of an 8-apartment unit. Intermixed with the splintered beams and plaster, the tornado muscled in several cars and an airboat. From this pile of rubble, a window survived, the escape hatch for Gilbert Munoz and his family.
I did see everything that happened. I was trying to reach for my kids, and I felt things falling on my head, on my back, and all over. I mean, I also felt banging, bouncing around the rooms and all that, So it was real, pretty ugly situation, and I mean, hard.
Amazingly, the Munoz's injuries were among the worst suffered here at Country Garden Apartments. Amazing because of the extensive damage suffered here and the number of near misses.
My wife was listening to the humming, and she says, "That's a strange noise." So I told her, "Get away from the window." In that instant, the branch broke in through the wall.
Pushed by the wind, I couldn't move. And then something like firecrackers on the roof just went.
And more evidence of the storm's strength. A semi ended up in this parking lot, but it was picked up and bounced here, some 200 feet from where its owner originally left it. But for some, the real impact of what they'd survived didn't hit until they saw what little was left.
But we're alive, right, kid?
That's right.
And that's what counts, man. That's all that really counts at this point.
That was Ed Highland reporting. A lot of schools were closed today. We want to let you know what's going to happen tomorrow. In Osceola County, tomorrow all schools are open except for Cypress Elementary School and Gateway High School. So everybody else got to go back to school tomorrow. Also in Orange County, there were several schools that were closed today. All of them will be open tomorrow, including Tildenville Elementary, Lakeview Middle School, and Dillard Elementary School. All of this happened so fast. When most of us went to bed last night, we heard the rumble of thunder in the distance. When we woke up this morning, the pictures of the devastation were shocking.
Then came the word of how many people were hurt and even killed. News Channel 2's Claire Metz takes a review now of the timeline of the deadliest bats of tornadoes to ever hit the state of Florida.
So tornado watch in effect until 3 a.m. Tornado warning with a confirmed tornado touchdown in Volusia County.
Watches and warnings began early last evening from live Super Doppler 2 in the storm center.
It appears we have a confirmed tornado touchdown by the Volusia County Sheriff.
Meteorologist Brad Nitz showed us a strong band of storms headed our way and told us what to do in case of a tornado.
You're advised to seek shelter immediately, and by that, of course, we mean lowest level of your house, away from windows, and cover yourself with a blanket or pillow.
Everything Brad warned us about and more seemed to happen between 11 and 1 o'clock in the morning. Some storm victims say they were actually looking at weather reports on television when twisters roared into their neighborhoods. In Osceola, Orange, and Seminole counties, houses imploded. Apartment buildings were shattered. In Volusia County, a mobile home park was destroyed. And in Brevard County, a row of boats shifted like a pile of dominoes.
It was awesome. He woke me up and said, "Look at this, there's blue light." And we looked out our bedroom window and there's just something coming this way and it's bright blue. And then it was coming from Little Champ, which from what I understand got totaled. And it hit, we saw it coming down the road and then it turned and Mike goes, "It's coming." And we got on the floor and the trailer started doing this and then we just went over. And then it hit a tree. Thank God it hit a tree. Because everything behind us and beside us was taken out. I mean, gone. History. It was just gone.
So you feel like if you wouldn't have hit a tree...
Oh, we would have been gone. I don't know what would have happened. Yeah, they found people that were right next to us on the turnpike.
In Winter Garden, once the winds died down, suddenly there was chaos. People emerged from their homes in a daze, only to hear their neighbors screaming for help.
Started yelling for everybody else that was in the house, and then everybody started yelling. It was a miracle that we made it out.
More than 24 people did not make it out alive. Emergency crews brought in heavy equipment, moving debris out of the way so more victims could be located. Command posts were set up to organize the efforts. Sunrise brought the devastation into full view. Walls ripped from buildings, piles of rubble where someone's home used to stand, cars on top of houses, semi-tractor trailers twisted and overturned.
I woke up a little bit after 1 this morning, wind blowing. By the time I got my eyes open, looked out the window, and it hit. All the glass came through the windows, cut my back up. Something took my ear off.
The injured began to emerge from hospital emergency rooms as rescue teams went door to door in search of the missing. The call for help came from the American Red Cross as emergency shelters opened and Central Florida began to pick up the pieces after a night of destruction. Claire Metz, News Channel 2.
Here is the current death toll. It stands at 36 right now. 22 confirmed deaths in Osceola County, 11 people killed in Seminole County, Orange County, 3 fatalities, and in Volusia County there was 1 fatality due to the storms last night. We just got this word in that as of Wednesday, the president will be coming to Central Florida. Mr. Clinton announced that he'll be here on February 25th to survey the damage and hopefully talk about some of the federal aid that will be coming our way. Dr. Todd Husty is joining us now. We've heard all kinds of stories today about husbands holding on to wives so they won't be swept away from them, men covering up their families. You have the story of a couple who had their kids literally sucked away from them.
You never know. I mean, we just told them the death toll. We were so close to having it so much higher. And Jim and Lisa Frana were concerned about the storm. Their 2 children, Trevor, 4, and Shelby, 2 months, were sleeping in the second-floor bedrooms. Lisa went to get Shelby from her crib, but as she reached for her, the room exploded. Where the crib had been just a second earlier was now just an empty black hole in the night.
Some guys were down with flashlights, and he heard Shelby crying too, and they shined the light down, and there she was laying on the ground underneath some boards.
Usually we think when our kids cry, that's a bad sign. Was that a good sign?
It was a good sign. I mean, I could hear her. It was scary because I could hear her. Didn't know where she was, thinking she was, crushed.
Both of the children will be okay. Trevor does have some broken bones and a fractured spleen, but is expected to recover completely. And little Shelby, miraculously, only has some bruises. Lisa and Jim know that the next challenge will be to rebuild their lives. What can we do to help?
No, just be supportive. Everyone's been so generous and kind.
Jim and Lisa wanted to tell their stories so they could say thanks to everyone who helped. Their neighbors, they couldn't believe how the neighbors came out. The EMS crews that were so fast, Arnold Palmer Hospital, and Dr. Ross Morgan, the pediatric surgeon who's taking care of Trevor. There are ways we can still help. Call the American Red Cross. They still need donations, donations of blood and donations of money. They can be reached at 1-800-HELP-NOW. That's HELPNOW.
Dr. Todd, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now what do you tell your kids who might be scared to death to go to sleep tonight?
We have psychologist Dr. Debbie Day, who has taken some time out to join us. And let's start with those young ones. I mean, this is sensory overload for them. The sights, the sounds of these things last night, it's enough to scare you to death.
Absolutely it is. These poor children are probably going to experience nightmares, separation anxiety, trauma related to this event for many nights to come.
What about the adults? I mean, you wake up one morning and you find everything that belonged to you has vanished. It's gone.
Right. We don't want to forget the adults. The adults are very important here. They're going to experience the same kind of trauma that the children experience. What we recommend is immediate short-term crisis intervention for all family members.
So is this immediately available to them? Do they need to, is there anybody they could call? Who should they call?
The psychologists in our community have a crisis network, and I'm sure they're available. We also have a lot of mental health facilities and private counselors that are going to be available to help individuals.
Now, some of the effects of this may not manifest themselves for a long time later. How do people know weeks from now or months from now if this is what is causing their unrest or their unhappiness?
What we rely upon are parents to really monitor their children. Parents know their children best, so any sustained changes in behavior are clues to us that we need to seek out professional guidance. Some children just have quick reactions and recover. It really depends on your child.
Okay, thanks so much for the information.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
Gail Pascal Brown earlier told us that this storm moved in yesterday sort of like a thief in the night. We have had Brett Scott standing by in Seminole County all day long. He's out there tonight and has some more information for us. Brett.
Well, John, we've heard plenty of comparisons today between hurricanes and tornadoes. Actually, the storms are so very different, but as we've heard from testimony, the devastation that they leave behind can be so similar. Most of the victims that I spoke with today that I have talked to have been through hurricanes, and they can describe a hurricane, but they can't describe what they went through early this morning and that tornado. We know that a tornado is the most powerful storm on the face of the earth. It is one that is very sporadic, that darts in and darts out and leaves its mark and wreaks havoc. It's a tornado's calling card: hit and miss. Nothing is left of this home just southeast of Sanford Airport. But just 50 yards down the street, a one-story brick home still stands. The owners say it's because of the construction.
I have never experienced sheer terror that we experienced last night. It's indescribable.
As the Robs pick up the pieces, they count their blessings. They survived without a scratch. Their neighbors were not so fortunate. A man died here. His wife and daughter climbed through the rubble to safety.
Just the salt of the earth people, and I understand Richard's not, well.
Again, it's the calling card: hit and miss. A flower garden seems as though it wasn't even touched. Not far away, debris blows in the wind, looking like a flag that signals a surrender.
You know, we wandered around like lost souls. Well, what do? We didn't know what to do.
John, and there's still one person missing here, 23-year-old woman. It is cold out here tonight. They have not presumed that she is dead, but her chances of survival, if she is alive, would be very slim out here tonight without any shelter. Again, some revised numbers from Seminole County: 11 confirmed fatalities. Again, the one missing. 321 single-family homes damaged out here, 42 homes destroyed. 18 commercial businesses also destroyed, and property damage now estimated at $3.4 million. We're live in Seminole County. Brett Scott, News Channel 2.
Brett, I'm taking for granted because of the darkness, the search efforts for that young woman have ended for the night, and then we'll pick back up in the morning.
That's right. They have ended. They ended at darkness. They will pick back up at first light in the morning, John.
Okay, Brett, thank you very much. We have seen all day the images that were brought to us from our camera aboard Chopper 2. Absolutely breathtaking in a sense, because you can see that entire neighborhoods, a whole block of homes, just literally not picked up, but just more or less smashed by the impact of these winds that were anywhere from 150 to about 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's been about 6 years since we've seen anything similar to this. It was Hurricane Andrew in 1992 down in South Florida. Terry Sater is live now with more on what he has seen today. Terry?
Wendy, we went up in Chopper 2 at daybreak, and what we saw was just simply stunning. This is the time of year that people come to Central Florida from around the world to celebrate the warmth of our tropical winters, but El Nino changed all of that overnight for many. The pictures show very clearly from the sky that parts of paradise have been laid waste. This is Ground Zero in West Orange County, a winter garden apartment complex filled with young families. The swirling winds snatched a baby from her mother's arms.
I was in the master room, and we have her crib in there with us, and when I went to reach for her, it exploded, and I was trapped by her changing table, and I crawled out, and when I stood up, I was in the sky. It was just open air, and I could hear her crying.
The baby was sucked from a second-story apartment, but found outside, on the ground, okay. The stories of amazement are many, but the pictures from Chopper 2 tell their own tale. Stunned residents look at their neighborhood, dazed by the destruction, humbled by their helplessness. The twister came like a thief in the night, reminding us that what we spend years building can be taken in seconds. This is Seminole County, where the quiet country life north of Lake Gem was shattered overnight by a roar in the dark. Daylight exposed a deadly demon. The path of one of the killer tornadoes is very clear in Osceola County, slicing a path through an RV park, then across the turnpike. The twister tore into a subdivision where people lay sleeping. An office complex and shopping center also destroyed. It came from above, but for many here, it was like something ascended from hell. And we were on the air overnight, and as these reports of damage were coming in, it was incredible to hear, but to see it this morning, John and Wendy, it really left us stunned, because these, after all, are the neighborhoods that we live in. These are our neighbors as well.
Now, Terry, you worked all evening long, and it wasn't until this afternoon that you saw actually the magnitude of the damage there. What were you thinking when you saw this? It must have been incredible.
Well, I think what was most amazing is watching the path of the tornado. You could see it from Chopper 2, especially down in Osceola County, where it had ripped through that mobile home or the RV park, and then into that subdivision across that shopping center. And in Seminole County, it appeared to us that maybe more than one tornado had hit, although you could see that one huge tornado had laid this path of destruction that stretched over several miles. It was absolutely amazing to us, and we feel so badly for those people out there tonight who have lost loved ones and have lost homes.
Absolutely. Thanks, Terry. One thing about Central Florida, though, is that they always reach out. People always reach out to help.
We've been through these kind of things before, and people always rise to the occasion, so that we've seen some very disheartening situations, but this is something that makes you feel good about the folks of Central Florida, that's for sure.
Sometimes it brings out the best in all of us. As darkness fell tonight, Red Cross workers expected more people to start showing up at shelters.
That is because, in addition to all the damage, of course, many homes were left without power. We have a list of shelters for you to see. In Orange County Shelter, West Orange High School, that's at 1625 Beulah Road. That is in the Winter Garden area. Definitely in need of some shelter there for a lot of folks. Seminole County, the First Presbyterian Church at 301 South Oak Avenue. That is in Sanford. We've had Dave McDaniel there throughout the course of the day, so that's the shelter that's been set up in that area.
Also in Kissimmee, Cypress Elementary, 2251 Lakeside Drive. That is in Kissimmee. That is a place that people can go to get some help. Also, if you want to help, feel free to show up at these shelters. I'm sure they sure could use you. St. Cloud Shelter, Lakeview Elementary, 2900 5th Street. That is in St. Cloud. So these are places you can go for some help. Also in Kissimmee, Horizon Middle School, 2020 Ham Brown Road in Kissimmee. So if you can help or if you can offer help, they sure could use you.
Yesterday evening, a tornado touched down over in the Indy Atlantic area. That was the second one in a week. In Brevard County, it has been one one lousy weather week.
Dangerous tornadoes have made their mark, that's for sure. News Channel 2's Dan Bello is standing by live with more on that.
Wendy, we're live in Titusville, and in Brevard County there were a lot of narrow escapes, and there were several areas throughout the county, small concentrated areas where storms or tornadoes possibly hit one at a time. This in one case in Point, the roof ripped right off over the heads of the family living here. You can look at the front of the house here and see that, well, you won't see the porch that was once there, but you will see the columns that held up that large front porch on the ground. It is completely gone, and members of this family, like most people here in Brevard County, are thankful they were not hurt.
My daughter's room is the corner of the house that was blown off, and I was just lucky, you know, praise God that she wasn't hurt, that it could have been worse, because the roof landed in my backyard, and maybe she could have landed in the backyard.
The story from almost everyone in Brevard County was about how lucky they were to have missed serious injury or even death from the storm. Everyone, that is, except restaurant owner Ray Casella, who may now be out of business. He has no insurance.
Can't afford it.
Will you be able to reopen?
If I can find some money somewhere, you know. I don't know what to do anymore.
Casella's Port Canaveral restaurant has been ordered closed. His 10 employees won't be able to come back to work until safety officials clear the building to be reopened. Several restaurants in the Port Canaveral area have had roof damage similar to this one. And in the boatyard, dozens of boats damaged or knocked over, and a paint booth virtually destroyed.
I thought my boat was going to go over as well, because like it was really rocking.
On Merritt Island as well, 2 homes had roofs ripped off. In one case, the roof landed in a neighbor's backyard. The damage was significant enough, but so much lighter than in other Central Florida areas that officials here are sending aid to the worst hit areas.
I know that everybody over there, like we would be in a similar circumstance, is working off adrenaline, and pretty soon their guys are going to start getting tired, and we can do a lot of their, you know, security work for them.
County Sheriff's deputies, Brevard County Sheriff's deputies, and Brevard County paramedics, firefighters, rescue people are on their way west to Seminole County, Osceola County to help out in those areas. There will be additional security in some areas of Brevard County, such as Port Canaveral, but the needs here in this county obviously not nearly as great as the needs west of here. However, the damage total in Brevard County is estimated at about $1.4 million, so quite a bit of damage, but rather surprising that not only was there no loss of life, there were not even any significant injuries sustained by anyone in Brevard County, at least that were reported to authorities. We are live in Titusville. Dan Billow, News Channel 2.
So folks out there can definitely be thankful for that. Now, Dan, we've heard of several actually, curfews in the area because of the damage. Is that something that was necessary in the Port Canaveral area or anywhere?
No, there are no curfews here. There is extra security in Port Canaveral. There's a lot of destruction there. It's a little bit dangerous out there. The wind's blowing. There's a lot of debris blowing around. And, of course, there are some buildings that are in pretty bad shape, which people could get into, and there could be some looting, but sheriff's deputies will make sure that there will not be. They'll be standing by there. There's still, of course, enough deputies remaining to send reinforcements west of here.
And is it an organized effort that's bringing the deputies and the rescue people from Brevard over, or is this volunteer time, or is the sheriff making this paid time?
This is a mutual aid agreement that is made between all the counties in Florida. So there are several other counties kind of on the fringes of the major destruction, according to Sheriff Phil Williams, that'll be helping out in these cases, just as they do in some of the major disasters. We saw that in Hurricane Andrew, too. And where that help can be spared, under this agreement signed between all of the counties in Florida, personnel that can be spared will be sent into the main disaster areas.
And their help is very much appreciated. Thanks a lot, Dan. Well, dozens of homes and businesses were damaged in Volusia County, too, today.
Also, lots of cars, semi-tractor trailers tossed around on I-95 last night. News Channel 2's Shannon Fitzpatrick is live in Daytona Beach now with more. Shannon.
We're just off of Bevel Road in Daytona Beach near the Pelican Bay subdivision and the Professional Village. 2 areas very hard hit by last night's tornado. You can see some of the buildings are boarded up, and that is just a sample of much of the devastation around here. Now, for some damage totals, there is more than $7 million worth of damage in Volusia County from these tornadoes. Nearly 600 structures have been damaged or destroyed. And while Volusia County fared well compared to other counties in Central Florida, they did not escape without death.
Yeah, High Ridge Estates, and it's a disaster.
Like so many others, residents in the High Ridge Estates subdivision say a twister slammed through their neighborhood like a freight train, giving them very little time to react.
And I didn't know what was happening, so I looked out the window, and I mean, it was like so windy outside you couldn't see. Everything was just blowing everywhere.
Well, it's a warning. I go get Mom and Dad out of the trailer, take them over there, and shortly after that, everything just started vibrating, and we headed for the bathroom, and about that time we heard tin flying everywhere.
This pile of rubble used to be a mobile home. Unfortunately, one of the owners didn't survive. Mark Price and his fiancée, Jennifer Johnson, were inside the mobile home when it collapsed. Friends say Johnson was lucky to make it out alive.
She was in the closet, begging him to get in the closet. She had him by the hand, and she said the next thing she remembered, she woke in the street.
There isn't much left where this mobile home once stood, but neighbors say they will continue to search for anything to help keep Mark's memory alive.
We're just basically trying to find anything we can